Hello and welcome to the third and final day of the online symposium between Techno-Euphoria and Regimes of Surveillance. The symposium Calculating Control, Network Art and Cybernetics is organized by the Center for Net Art. We are streaming for you today from the old bakery kiosk at the Haus der Statistik in Berlin, so you might be able to hear some background noises from Alexanderplatz. I hope you don't mind. I'm Noemi Garay. I'm the moderator of today's first lecture. And before we begin, please let me give you some organizational information on the course of today's events. Today we will have 3 lectures. First off, right after this short introduction, Matthew Fuller will give his talk, To Surveille is to Produce, on some paradoxical aspects of computational and other surveillance techniques. Afterwards, beginning at 4 p.m., members of the Zentrum für Netzkunst, Sakrowski and Teresa Havlikova, will give a talk on Netzkunst im Kontext der Netzwerkgesellschaft, net art in the context of the network society. It's a German talk which will draw on examples from the history of net art and discuss some impressions from the symposium. The final talk, from 6 to 8, is by Annet, Dekker, Marialaura, Ghidini and Gaia, Tedone, entitled The Broken Timeline. The talk will be in English and will present a lineage of web-based curatorial projects. Robert Sakrowski will moderate this lecture. Thank you to Hanna Rumstedt for the technical implementation of our stream, and thank you to Igor Strohmeier for administering all of the social media accounts. So, now to the lecture by Matthew Fuller, which is approximately 45 minutes long. During the lecture, I will draw a diagram that tries to visualize some of the content of the talk, and afterwards we have about 30 to 45 minutes for Q&A. So we would like to invite you to write your questions, comments, and suggestions in the chat on YouTube, and we will collect all of them and read them throughout the conversation. And throughout the talk, Igor Strohmeier will post some additional information in the chat and links and everything you need to know background information-wise. So Matthew Fuller is a writer, artist, and professor of cultural studies at Goldsmiths University of London, where his teaching activity is focused on the subject of digital media. Matthew's main areas of research are media, art, software studies, cultural ecology, design, and cultural theory. As author of fiction and non-fiction, his books include, amongst others, Media Ecologies, How to Be a Geek, How to Sleep, Elephant and Castle, and, together with Andrew Joffe, Evil Media. Most recently, in 2019, he has published Bleak Choice, Aesthetics of Ecology and Impossibility with Olga Gorionova. And with Rosi Braidotti, he is co-editor of the transversal post-humanities special issue of Theory, Culture and Society. Fuller has collaborated with a number of art collectives, including IOD, who he was a member of, and Mongrel. And you can see 2 of the works produced in collaboration between Matthew Fuller and Graham Harwood from Mongrel in the Situating Cybernetics exhibition at Haus der Statistik here in Berlin. The works are a hacked search engine, Natural Selection, from 1999, and a paper that is part of a work called Color Separation from 1997. In the exhibition, the works are presented as part of a more extensive installation, which you can visit by booking a free online guided tour via Zoom on the Netzkunst.Berlin website until May 10th. Also, the archived version of the Natural Selection search engine has been reworked in parts and brought back online on the occasion of our exhibition, and the link will be posted in the chat. So first, Matthew will give his talk, and afterwards he will give more information on the work, on the collaboration with Mongrel, and we will have a short Q&A. So Matthew, are you ready?
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, I'll read or kind of deliver a PowerPoint and try and discuss some of the kind of questions around cybernetics and control. And I'm just going to share some slides from now on. Okay, so what I'm interested in is really some of the ways in which technologies of surveillance have changed over time, and thinking about some of the ways in which surveillance has become a kind of wider category for understanding digital media. And in a sense, I mean, over, say, the last 25 years, it's a kind of trope that returns over and over again in discussions of cybernetics, of digital media more broadly, and it comes in different forms. So what I'm going to look at is some of the kind of underlying questions of this. So the first object I want to look at is this form, this piece of paper that came out on Reddit a couple of years ago. It's from 1985, and it's a very kind of brief surveillance handbook for members of the Stasi to identify troublemaking youth subcultures in the DDR. So it's kind of useful as a kind of object to think about this exhibition and the kind of theme of the symposium from the point of view of the curation of youth subcultures, in a sense. And it's also interesting because it uses three forms of data representation. At the top, you see a network analysis of relations between different youth subcultures, and the arrows show apparent lines of influence, ways in which different subcultures influence each other, communicate with each other, perhaps attack each other. The second form of data visualization is a characteristic sample of the species, mainly male, according to the types presented here. Only the punks have male and female. And then there's a table underneath of different kinds of characteristic. So it names the subject, so the particular subculture, and then it names their predicates. And we can see that this is a classic table, as might be used in any of the life sciences for describing the characteristics of a species. So it's very much the kind of document that is used in the life sciences to describe kinds of objects, their particular kinds of characteristics. So what we're looking at is the table as a form of knowledge. And I think one thing over the course of the lecture, we'll look at the way in which the table changes, so that something comes after the table as cybernetics becomes a kind of a more substantial form of knowledge. I just got a quick, in case anyone needs the English. This is an English guide. Not that there were particularly too many people using it in 1985 in English, but as a kind of translation of it. I don't know how widespread its use was, but it might be a kind of idiosyncratic publication, but it was something dug up in the files from 85, from a couple of years ago. So if you wanted to recreate the youth culture scene of the mid-80s, this might be a starting point. But you'll see here that the labor of surveillance, the labor of interpretation, requires a kind of hermeneutic action. It requires sociological action. It requires an agent to look at these objects, these persons, and to describe them, to think about their values, their behavior, what they wear, what their conduct is, what its meaning is. So there's a kind of almost a classic humanities or arts interpretation of as part of surveillance. So there's something quite different to surveillance as we understand it from the point of view of the machine, and I'm going to kind of track that transition to some extent. One of the stakes that's important in contemporary deployments of surveillance and of technology that ties into the work that the Centre for Net Art has kindly included in the show is the way in which different forms of racialization, different forms of racial politics are embedded in different forms of technology. So in Ruha Benjamin's work, Race After Technology, Abolitionist Tools for the New Jim Code, she looks at the way in which technologies perform racial politics in a manner that supposedly neutralizes it, that naturalizes it, that structures it as simply the result of an equitable technological unfolding. So she argues that the way in which racialization occurs in the present is not as a point of view of judgment or a point of view of policy, as we might see from the Stasi Guide to Youth Cultures, which involve an evaluation and an encounter on the basis of meaning and interpretation, but that the kinds of racial politics that are played out in contemporary systems such as search engines are carried out because they are technically objective. And because they're technically objective, they're fairer, they're more democratic, they're not examples of discrimination. And many of these kinds of debates have come to the fore in the last years as the kind of more and more examples of racialization ostensibly being neutralized or rendered neutral or objective via contemporary digital technologies become visible in the work of people like Latanya Sweeney or researchers such as ProPublica and so on. So if we look at this movement from this Stasi form of non-compliant youth cultures, there's a problem of hermeneutics, the problem of interpretation, the problem of meaning. But if we're to introduce computational surveillance as the primary paradigm, to move from a question of meaning to a question of cybernetics, that is the question of communication, command and control, first of all, we have to understand the description of the problem. So we have to find a language which is capable of describing the problematic in surveillance that we're attending to, and we have to find a way of also constructing the parameters and the forms of calibration that are made between the event, the data, the subject or the object of data, and the way it's described, interpreted, and acted upon by the system. So if the Stasi form is kind of comedic because it has these kind of childish drawings of youth subcultures, we can also say that different kinds of interpretation and prediction errors, the classic kind of glitch type errors, are things that are to be found in contemporary computational surveillance. So one of the things that computing as a whole and the kind of logic of mathematics that underlies it have attempted to do over time is to clarify the kind of language and the forms of calculation that take place in the process of surveillance. And by surveillance, I mean a much broader way of integrating all social activity, all forms of communication into recording and analysis devices. So not simply recording or not simply surveillance on a population, but a population engaged in the use of platforms that are inherently surveillance objects, surveillance systems. So when we're thinking about surveillance, and particularly cybernetic surveillance, there is the need for, if we're to go with these programs, is the need for the design of languages and forms of knowledge that are capable of carrying out such surveillance. And this then enters into a longer term problem, which is the design of the most technically clear language, the design of languages that are able to address the world and that are able to provide correlation, to use Quentin Meillasso's term, between what is surveyed, what is counted, what is numbered, what is calculated, and the real world. So there's a design problem at the core of mathematical logic that we need to kind of unpack a little in order to look at how it produces certain kinds of effects in surveillance. So to look at some of the kind of history of this in relationship to different tendencies in politics, probably the Soviet version of cybernetics, strongly related to that in the DDR, was the most kind of tied into, that cybernetics was most integrated with the question of semiotics. So cybernetics and semiotics were parallel tracks that often overlapped, often due to the influence of the Moscow Turku school of semiotics. But there was also a kind of sense in which cybernetics, from the start, in the Soviet Union in particular, became or arose from the question of understanding culture more broadly, and it engaged with things such as literature. So, for instance, the algorithmic complexity theorist Kolmogorov was strongly involved himself in research into poetic language or literary language, alongside more kind of readily useful forms of language. You can see that this kind of carries on a tradition of work that different theorists engage in analyzing the relationship between communications theory and literary language that is beyond mere communication, but that it attempts to engage with the texture of literary language. So I'm interested in tracking that to some extent and looking at the interplay between literary forms of language, systemic analyses of language that involve forms of calculation and control, and ways in which language as a control structure also come to the fore in the work of different technologists, but also different writers. So one of the first cases I want to look at is Gertrude Stein's work. Obviously, a kind of a modernist poet working at the beginning of the 20th century, trying to work, in a sense, to create parallels and dialogues, parallels to and dialogues with the work of modern art of the time. So particularly interested in how to write a cubist text. And what Stein did, perhaps more than many other writers, was to look at the structures of language as a way, for instance, grammar, as a way of engaging with writing and understanding the materiality of text, understanding the way in which language operated like a logical machine. And I think if we can follow some of this trajectory, we can also see the way in which linguistic and language-based surveillance, language-based exercises of power in the present have a genealogy, and also see some of the ways in which they exhibit certain kinds of problematic for the exercise of power. That is the kind of the paradoxical condition of language that the title of the lecture mentions. So when Stein is talking about diagramming sentences, this is what she means. This is a diagram of the first sentence in Don Quixote by Cervantes, so the first line of one of the first novels. And what diagramming a sentence does is produce a tree diagram of the choices made in the writing of that sentence. So what the tree diagram attempts to do is to look at the decision process in the formulation of a sentence. Those of you who are kind of familiar with linguistics will know the particular kind of diagram it is, and also recognize the way in which it builds on the analytical work of Saussure, for instance, at the beginning of the 20th century. So where we started to see work on language as not simply the kind of outpouring of the soul, but language as an anonymous machine that the entire population had access to. But not only had access to, but that also language was this machine that produced subjects. And I think this kind of dual or ambivalent or paradoxical function of language is also carries through into the question of language as the grounds of surveillance and of control. So this is the kind of thing that Stein did with diagrams of sentences. As you can see, this is a poem from 27, and what she does is try and occupy the entire possibility space of the language which she's trying to trace. This stuttering, meandering, repetitive form of writing, which attempts to reconstruct in some ways various forms of thinking or feeling processes in relationship to language, and how thinking and feeling is constituted through language, how she as a subject is constituted in language. And what she does is try and take every choice in the decision tree simultaneously. So there's this intense onrush of words. It's almost like a kind of waterfall of linguistic stuff, each word with its own capacity to connect to another word. And so Stein has this immense kind of capacity to produce this voluble, idiosyncratic, forceful relationship to language, and also to inhabit the way that language is structured as a process that produces regularized subjects, and to produce and to inhabit that space in a highly disruptive manner, a queer manner that kind of doubles the reading of any possible singular sentence. So you can see here another example of something similar. This is a different kind of way of diagramming text. This is a screenshot from the Natural Language Toolkit, which is open source software for doing natural language programming or analysis of text. And this is a very characteristic version of an n-gram analysis. So an n-gram is simply a length of characters of a certain uniform kind. In this case, the person doing the analysis is looking for the word monstrous and looking in a corpus of texts for the occurrences of the word monstrous. So n-grams can be of any length. You can go from 1 to an infinite number of characters and look for those repetitions in texts. They're a kind of tool for analyzing and working with text that is used, for instance, in the predictive text function in your phone. And they're a way of looking at repetitions, likelihoods, probabilities in text. So when you are typing in your phone and the phone is guessing what you're going to type next, this is the space that you're inside, this probability space constructed by this form of analysis. So when one letter comes and it's followed by another letter and another letter and another letter, this changes the probability space that you're inhabiting. So once, and it's not looking for words, it's not looking for meaning, it's just looking for sequences of characters. So in this sense, it's very, very different to this kind of Stasi structure that we looked at the beginning of the interpretation of youth cultures. If we to decide whether someone is a punk or a skin or a soul boy or whatever, we move from interpretation and hermeneutics, a kind of a humanist mode of knowledge, to something which is much more machinic. And this, in a sense, also this, as I'm going to argue, creates certain kinds of political conditions that are paradoxical. Another machine that works in language is this. It's a very long-lived project in artificial intelligence that attempts to map synonyms of words, so words that have similar meanings. So a word may exist in more than one set of synonyms called a synset, and therefore you have more sets of words than there are words in the English language. Here you have synonyms for the word good, and you can see many different meanings are ascribed to this word, or many words that seem to be related to its meaning. So this is an attempt to systematize words on the basis of meaning, and create a map of ostensibly the entire English language. So it's a project that's lasted for over a quarter of a century now, and lays the ground for more recent work such as ImageNet, that people are also probably familiar with through the work of various artists such as Trevor Paglen, Nicolas Maillet, and so on. Okay, to follow up from this kind of mixture of language and computing, language and cybernetics, I wanted to drop in these two sections from William Burroughs' novel, The Soft Machine. And this novel looks at the way in which a particular society used predictive capacities or calculation capacities in order to gain social control. So this was Burroughs' reading of a science fictional version of a Mayan society that used codexes in order to predict when crops should be planted, when they should be harvested, according to the record keeping of the priests, that enabled certain predictions to be made about weather. As we know now, these codexes also predicted when human sacrifices should be made. And Burroughs, in this novel, plays a lot with this kind of sense of the document, the text, the programming language, the manual, the capacity to predict as the capacity to create social control and to create a strongly hierarchical social organization in which the priests were at the top and the rest of the population were breeding, gathering, harvesting the crops, or were being prepared to be human sacrifices. And of course, being Burroughs, the human sacrifices are of an intense sexual nature with high degrees of cruelty. So, an interesting set of accounts. But then by the end of the novel, Burroughs is arguing that actually this Mayan caper, as he calls it, is actually just the same as the then contemporary business technology of the 1960s, that it's, instead of being done on a written codex, it's now being carried out with an IBM machine. And the priests don't wear elaborate robes, they simply wear grey flannel suits. So there are some other ways into the question of language. If we've looked at it through a language as a control mechanism, we've looked at it through the lens of literature, from Stein to Burroughs. We can also look at it from the point of view of mathematical logic, and how mathematics, as something that creates a language for the analysis of objects in the world, processes in the world, and how it allows for action on the world in order to maintain and construct systems of control, also has its own characteristics and has its own problems and histories. So I'm going to show two examples from mathematical interactions with language that set out some of these kind of paradoxical questions. The first is one of the most famous papers in mathematical logic from the end of the 19th century, Georg Cantor's work on the infinite in sets. That was one of the founding texts for set theory. That is the systems for grouping numbers into sets of similar characteristics. And what he did was to ask the question of whether it's possible to calculate the nature of infinity, or to calculate whether it's possible to set a limit on number. And what he did was to essentially write an algorithm to do this. So he wrote an algorithm conceptually that allowed for the setting out of all possible sequences of characters, alphanumeric characters, and then showed, by means of what he was later called his diagonal procedure, that even if you wrote out all the possible sequences of characters of any set of characters, it was always possible, by moving diagonally across that table, to extrapolate a further sequence of characters. So no sequence of characters, so the set of all possible numbers would, if written out, would always contain further numbers that cannot be predicted. So what this does is open up a formal description of infinity within constraint on the one hand, but it also creates a paradox in which any controlled set of numbers and the logical description of numerical ordering can also contain an irrational element, an element that is not set out in advance. And this is what underlies, in a way, a lot of computational aesthetics when we think about glitch, about randomness, about indeterminacy, about the unpredictable. And this is what has kind of been relied on, in a sense, for the kind of liveness or the feeling of liveliness of computational media in some respects. But this also has a problem. This also creates a problem for the work of command and control. That if we're able to assign numbers to everything in the world, on the one hand, it means we're able to assign an infinity of numbers. So everything can be enumerated, everything can be logged, everything can be analyzed as a set of entities bearing numerical values. On the other hand, it means that even when we do so as agents of control, what is controlled is always unpredictable. The space for paradox, the space for chaos suddenly opening underneath the feet of those in power. And so it has a very interesting set of dimensions as it folds out into the present. So this is a problem of control. So this infinity that Cantor opens up is a problem of control, but it's also a problem for control. So on the one hand, control can tend toward the infinite, but as it does so, it also creates this problem of overabundance of information, and not simply quantitative overabundance of information, but also this kind of paradoxical opening up of the infinite within constrained sets. So there's this kind of highly paradoxical element within systems of logical control. Someone who worked on Cantor's methods a few years later was a French mathematician and teacher, Claude Richard, who worked on the question of sets. And he worked on it from the point of view of the movement between written language and numerical language. So he proposed a method of writing down every possible sentence in the French language. Each of these would be arranged by alphabetical order, and then one would delete all those sentences that were not definitions of numbers. So every other sentence one can think of in French would be laid out. Everything that wasn't a definition of a number would be then deleted. It's a slightly large computational problem, but something that Richard proposed. And he then produces the same trick as Cantor, but written in text. So he finds a way of finding infinities within all of these numbers. So there are two things that are significant for the question of control and surveillance here. Firstly, there are aporias of accuracy. So these paradoxes produce openings up of infinities, glitches within the system. But there are also, as we saw with the Stasi diagram, the gap between the name and the thing that is named. That is the kind of traditional semiotic problem. And between the individual punk or skin or grufti and the class or set or species as a whole. And we also say as a kind of secondary order relationship of naming and controlling the traces of relations that are set up in this system of control. Secondly, there is the form of media specificity of the form of control, whether it's language, whether it's number, whether it's sensors, whether it's facial recognition. All of these have their own media characteristics that change the way in which control is carried out, the way it can be, the world can be understood through it. And this creates a different kind of texture of politics in the cybernetics of the present, as compared to, let's say, the modernist cybernetics of the police state or of the planner state. So if we think of Ruha Benjamin's argument that contemporary technology is racialized and has an implicit, unacknowledged and disavowed politics because it aims to create something that is more objective and more truthful, more accurate, more democratic. We see actually an abandonment of this project, or even of this project, in, for instance, Facebook's early motto, "Move fast and break things." We can see that Facebook creates effects or moves to create effects rather than trying to objectively observe and to monitor. So it recognizes that as it's producing these systems, this working its platform, it also starts to constitute the reality of what it watches, the reality of the performances people carry out through it, rather than simply being a removed objective observer. So it's a different kind of surveillance in that it's constituting the grammar of action, as Philip Avery would call it, of the entities that it sets up into relation. So this, if we're to think back again to the mongrel projects that are in this exhibition, scholars such as Lisa Nakamura and Wendy Chun have argued that race in the present is something that's strongly technologized. Nakamura argues that technology constitutes racial subject forms as well as other subject forms. And Chan argues that race in itself is a set of technologies, a set of techniques, a set of apparatus that integrates in different ways with systems of surveillance and control. So one of the things that changes from the point of the table that we looked at the beginning, and this set of entities with predicates or objects with predicates in the classic kind of Aristotelian form of knowledge, that you might have a punk who liked to wear big boots, who liked to drink, who was disrespectful to authority, and so on. We don't have these. We don't have the search for meaning. What we have is tensors or matrices, arrays of values assigned to different kinds of statements, different kinds of features, whether they're linguistic, visual, social, relational, and so on. So the form of power moves from being that of a table, which implies an interpretation, to being that of a vector, which is one of calculation rather than interpretation. I want to just close by looking at how this plays out contemporarily in the kind of recent scandals in Google, looking at forms of surveillance or forms of calculational power related to the transformer algorithm. Some of you will probably be familiar with this algorithm as something that works in a way that's related to n-gram analysis. But rather than looking for one specific sequence of characters, an n-gram, it looks through the entire text simultaneously and calculates all the possible n-grams and sequences of characters that could exist within it. So it's something that is immensely more powerful and that treats the entire text simultaneously rather than sequentially as something to be analyzed. So it uses the form of the matrix, uses the form of the array as an interpretive structure by which all of the corpus it's looking at can be analyzed. So if you think back to Stein's diagramming of sentences, and then through n-gram analysis, which looks at the probability of a sequence of characters one after the other, what the transformer algorithm does is to look at the probability of the entire space of sequences of the text or the image or the set of features that it's looking at. And this algorithm has been used not only for textual analysis, but also for the analysis of sequence of proteins and the movement from DNA through to protein folding. So because it's able to look at enormously high levels of combinations of signs or symbols of any kind, it's also able to be transformed to sequences of genetic to proteomic data. This algorithm was analyzed, and the use of this algorithm in language was analyzed by members of Google's ethics in AI. or ethical AI team rather, and two members of a group that wrote this paper on the dangers of stochastic parrots. Can language models be too big? Were recently sacked for writing a paper that Google saw as being too critical of its kind of core asset at present. So what the authors of this paper, Emily Bender, Timnit Gebru, Angelina McMillan Major, and Margaret Mitchell, who writes under the name Margaret Mitchell, they argue that transformer algorithm is dubious in its use on language models for two reasons. One is that it's very, very energy intensive. Many people in the art scene are familiar with debates around NFTs at the moment and their ridiculous use of energy. There are other algorithms also carrying out very large amounts of calculation, which are highly energy intensive. That transformer algorithm is a good example of. Secondly, they argue that this algorithm and the technologies that underlie it are politically problematic because they tend to centralize knowledge, tend to centralize power over linguistic forms. That is, they produce a marginalization of non-mainstream languages. Because this technology is very computationally intensive and expensive, it means that minority languages, minority ways of working with language get pushed to the side. So it tends to concentrate on what is linguistically valuable in terms of economics, and tends to further marginalize those who are not within the kind of mainstream linguistic paradigm, such as English. So what I wanted to argue here is that there is a kind of an opening up, an increased opening up of political paradoxes within the probability space of language and of machines as they converge. That computation, as it integrates with communication and control more fully, changes the nature of contemporary systems of power, but also brings with it forms of paradox that are inherited from the history of mathematical logic. So forms of infinity, the irrational, and so on. And that these also play out in the way that different forms of concentrations of capital, computing, and language converge around questions of the formation of race as a technology and race as an apparatus that produce forms of invisibility on the one hand and hypervisibility on the other, as Simone Brown argues in Dark Matters. So some aspects of racial formations that are congealed by these technologies render certain people invisible and render other aspects of them hypervisible. This, one can argue, also extends to other forms of subjectivation, other forms of social identity formation, such as gender, for instance. So here, as different forms of technology, capital, computing, and language merge together and inherit different forms of materiality and different forms of material characteristics that each of them have, they also open up new forms of chaotic and paradoxical interaction. And that's what I think, in a sense, provides a gateway for thinking about the work that Mongrel has in this exhibition. I think because we're coming to a close in terms of time, I'll stop here, if that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Matthew. So I think we will also post the link in the chat, so people will be able to visit the site. I think I will start with some questions from my side and then go on through the questions from YouTube. So let me just see. Okay, so you described the problem of object-oriented programming, which was more designed towards non-specialist understanding and was based on like a reduction of complexity, like language. In your talk, you described it as aporias of accuracy, I think. And yesterday, Francis Hunger similarly explained his idea of information as data that is put information within a table. And in this context, he alluded to what he called the horror of bureaucracy that emerges when adding a new column to a table, which then creates a new empty field for all of the existing rows and makes apparent a lack of knowledge about the objects. So he described what is included in and excluded from the table header as political questions. Now, you argue that the greater capacities of abstraction and hyperdimensionality of contemporary computing allow for creation of what you also now mentioned abundance, and in Bleak Choice you call it the aesthetic of abundance, or also the aesthetic of carnival. So what other ways do these diagrams of abundance become part of society, and so how does the aesthetics of abundance look, and what's the ethical implications that you were talking about also? So can you give some ideas, maybe some examples?
Yeah, well, I think Francis Hunger is right. There's a very strong sense that introducing a new column in the table is very difficult in a kind of classic modernist bureaucracy. What we see with contemporary forms of database is, for instance, in NoSQL or other forms of database, are loosening up so that the row and column model of the table that we inherit from the 19th century and that dates introduced with relational databases no longer holds. That data can be messy, can be chaotic, but that we can rely on tools such as machine learning of various kinds to analyze that data and to render it tractable, to render it meaningful, to make calculations based on it. So that's that is a big transition in terms of the quality of data that's worked on. It can involve much more chaotic forms of data that's not so readily normalized. And this, in a sense, as you say, carries across to an understanding of abundance, but it's an abundance of a peculiar sort, in the sense it's a kind of an abundance of forms of noise that we can, by using machine learning, by using very computationally intensive methods, try and gain some sense out of. So this is again kind of a paradoxical condition or an ambivalent condition, in that it's both the grounds for a condition of control, but it's also the grounds in which new kinds of connection between data can be discovered, can be found, and can be created. So this is, it's an ambivalent position.
Okay, so just again on this idea of like aesthetics of abundance, I think yesterday we had another talk by Clemens Apprich, and he is kind of also using the Wendy Chan's concept of this homophilia and heterophilia. And he says that networks or databases are normally built on homophilic systems, and that one needs to introduce heterophilia into the systems. So, for example, I think Wendy Chan in one of her interviews says, we need to Google more of the stuff that we are not interested in. So do you have like an idea how to maybe, how to introduce chaos, or how to kind of handle deal with it, kind of productive ways?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that in work with forensic architecture, recently we've been looking at this kind of question from another angle, and one of the propositions that we make is that that machine learning algorithms are still relatively simple, and so they tend to learn better from exaggerated features. So when features are more exaggerated and there's more extreme contrast between them, they're able to learn better. And that's not the same. That's not the same for humans. When humans are often structured into spaces that are easy for machine learning algorithms to learn from, because they've been rendered extreme, it often creates conditions in which humans tend to organize around extremes. And this is what we think characterizes a lot of the politics of the present. So it's not quite the same argument as Schelling's argument around homophily. It's more around this question of a kind of an ongoing mutual reinforcement, or a concrescence of things becoming polarized due to almost a kind of economizing on machine learning. So that in order to make human interactions easy to understand for machines, we've had to accept that things become more polarized, more crude, more extreme, more banal, more vulgar, more violent, more shocking, and so on. And I think maybe rather than having new kinds of search or new objects for search proposed to us, which is obviously a great idea, but we also need to have more sophisticated machine learning publicly available, and not through Google.
Okay. That's interesting, because I think when you also mentioned the AI ethics person who got fired, and wasn't her paper also, I mean, it was about data bases that are too big, and that still, even though I think that even though those are used for like language analysis, that still the models are biased. So because of the database, they are biased, so the models still are biased, even though they have such a big database. And probably, I mean, it's not simply the Google search engine, but yeah. So you want to say something about that?
Yeah, no, you're right. Absolutely, it's the choice of the choice of corpuses to look at,
So,
which text to reinforce, and so on.
yeah. So you really think that if we had the perfect algorithm or better systems, then all those problems would be, or would go away, or?
No, I think they're absolutely integral to
Okay.
to the technology,
Yeah.
and that's I think it's a very it's important that we don't pose any moment in which problems will go away. The problems are reworked in different ways, and they're reworked through different forms of technology, power, knowledge, forms of governance, forms of culture, and so on. But they don't necessarily go away per se.
Okay. So I have some more questions. Maybe I will ask one more from my questions, and then go to the chat, and then maybe we'll go to the artwork. I was just wondering, because in the abstract that you sent us, you used this word of slipperiness. You said that you asked the question of how systems of surveillance and control order things, and what are the ways in which they become slippery. Can you explain what you mean with that?
Well, I think, for instance, this kind of guideline to youth subcultures from the Stasi, for instance, allows a lot of interpretive leeway. There's a lot of possible interpretations that one can make of it. On the one hand, it's very childish. It's almost like the drawings one might make as a young teenager.
Yeah, Sakrowski said it's like in the Bravo, in the youth magazine. That was one of our
exactly.
comments.
And I think this is, this is kind of slippery because one can recognize a truth to it, but also at the same time, it's clearly not that useful. But presumably it played some kind of role, but maybe quite a minor role.
So slippery also is like, again, a reduction of complexity. That's what it refers to.
Well, also, but recognizing that the authority moves from this table to the interpretation of an agent is maybe has a particular kind of historical conjuncture that he's working at or trying to solve a particular issue, particular episode, and so on. So it's slippery in the sense that control is never fixed at any particular point. You never reach the apex of control. And if you do reach the apex of control, the person at the top of the system is always saying, well, it's completely out of my hands. It's, I have no authority. I just do what the system requires, which is the kind of classic bureaucratic response.
At least the object-based computation is kind of like a Saussure system of like language and parole, I think, which is very interesting. But then Gertrude Stein is more using language in like a performative way, like with the as a reader you read the rhythm and it's kind of a collaborative action. So how would you translate those literary ways of looking at computation, into computation? So can you name examples?
Yeah, I mean, I think Stein. I think you're right. I think Stein is trying to inhabit these machines that are there in language, but rework them. And I think that's that's a kind of classic kind of artistic move, is to be able to name the machines that are operating on subjectivity and as subjectivity, but also rework them at the same time. And I think, if you look at the history of art and specifically net art, that's a lot of what's at stake in this, is an attempt to rework the systems of machining subjectivity, of machining knowledge, and so on.
Okay, so maybe I will pose a question from the chat, or let me just read what we have here. So maybe a comment and question. It seems to me that the relationship between language and mathematics is closer than I've ever thought. I'm thinking about how axioms in mathematics are also meanings that we collectively agreed on. I also heard about the Surveille law, the probability of words being used in a language, and it shows how languages are all connected through this pattern. Can we understand that in regards to the limitations of language, the design issue you mentioned?
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I mean, I think an axiom is something that stabilizes out to some extent, that is kind of held in common. And so that is useful in the sense that it allows for a kind of commonality or a kind of commons to emerge in language. But at the same time, an axiom can be very repressive. The kind of, if we think of the kind of debates around gender and language, for instance, and that gender is an axiom of language in many respects, it's also something that we can also work on linguistically, with using language to rework notions of gender and the politics around gender, for instance.
Okay, so I think that's a perfect connection to the Mongrel work. So let me just see. Okay, so to me, both works, natural selection and color separation, are kind of aesthetic or artistic reiterations, or maybe also comments, of data practices or models of computation that you described in your presentation. because they use the typical practice of search engines to dissolve entities and reintegrate them into a different context. But while the search engines in this practice happens kind of seamlessly, so in the normal search engine, your work stretches or exaggerates the original relations in combination with a new context. I think that's, or for me, it seems that's how it works. No, it's like the exaggeration. So maybe you could tell us about the collaboration with Mongrel, and then maybe see if there, maybe draw a relation to your talk.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so this work was done by Mongrel, which is a group that involved Richard Pierre Davis, Matsuko Yokokoji, Graham Harwood, who you mentioned, and Mervyn Jarman. So it's a group of 4 who I collaborated with on different projects. But these 4 were the core part of Mongrel, and their idea was really that. And something they discovered as people, Black and people of color, working on online, that even in that period, which was kind of late 90s, there was a rise in the number of people of kind of far-right, racist, neo-Nazi groups organizing online. And what they did at an early point was, for instance, Richard Pierre Davis would write to, say, the Ku Klux Klan and say, your website's really crap. Can we redesign it for you and make it more truthfully expressive of what you are? And would write in this very kind of provocative way in order to kind of show technical superiority of him as a Black Londoner, and they would kind of mainly have a kind of just kind of teasing, provoking, piss-taking approach to this nascent rise of the right. And if you think of this kind of shift to the present, where you have people like Donald Trump or the various organizations that have been supportive of him, and their kind of high positions of visibility on the internet. This was at the other end of that historical trajectory. When this was first emerging, there were very few websites run by these groups, and what we wanted to do was to kind of overpopulate the search space which they were in. So the project essentially took several months to generate, but we collaborated with a number of artists you can find through looking at the website, but also produced many I can't remember the exact number, but many websites that were designed specifically to occupy the search space of racists, neo-Nazis, the extreme right. So when people would search for their search terms, we would have kind of we would be there in advance. This was before things like Google bombing, Google whacking, these kinds of approaches. And what we did, as well as creating these websites, was also to create a different interface to a search engine. And specifically, what we did was to sit on top of Google and feed information from our interface, take a search term, which may be an everyday search term, or it may be one in racially coded language or racially loaded language. And if it was the latter, we would then feed it through to this network of a large number of sub-websites that we'd structured. So mixed in with the search results generated naturally from or organically from Google. So we rather than using an API because they didn't have one, what we did was manufacture or take people's search strings, feed them into Google, and that would mean we'd have to kind of daily refresh the way we worked Google in order to feed it results and get results back, because they read us as a commercial competitor. And if you at that period there were many websites such as Metafilter and others that would sit on top of other websites and try and use their computational resources in order to generate business models that would sit on top of other machines. And if that makes sense, I'm trying to just. So we were read as a commercial competitor, but actually we were just trying to filter and rework access to these obnoxious racist websites. So to try and get in between these websites and their users, and to kind of give them the views of Black artists, poets, coders, and to disrupt their kind of transmission of information.
Cool. And do you want to talk about color separation as well? Or?
Yeah, so color separation was another project, an early project by Mongrel that had a number of aspects to it. One was an interactive CD-ROM that was shown as an installation in a number of places. And another was a newspaper that, yeah, that's right. So that had a color aspect with lots of faces with masks sewn onto them, racially coded masks. And then there was a text insert as well that also had a number of projects by different writers and artists inside it. And this newspaper was circulated through different organizations, through clubs, through anti-racist organizations, through art galleries, various other spaces.
Do you know some maybe current artistic works that maybe occupy the same space or idea? Or similar?
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. I think there are obviously numerous artists that are working on the question of how race is formed and articulated in digital media. And there's a kind of long history of important artists doing that work. This work was, in a sense, used a particular historical opportunity when search engines were relatively novel. In the late 90s, there was a new thing, a search engine, bizarrely enough, so that no one quite knew what they were. And so you could create works that appeared to be a normal, a normal search engine, but they're also then acted on and against the way in which search engines at that time, and Google specifically, were presenting fascists, neo-Nazis, racists as just neutral communicative actors. We saw that they were not neutral, and they were rather than communicating, they were attempting to dominate the internet and push, or their tendency was to attempt to dominate and push out other voices. So our action was to try and block it or subvert those tendencies.
Okay, so I have another question from the chat, which is, to what extent does the artwork reproduce the stereotypes? How do you reflect on natural selection from today's standpoint?
I think certainly some of them do exaggerate certain kinds of a stereotype, but I think others use the formation of, if you think of Du Bois's idea of double consciousness, that is that under systems of racism, people who are racialized are aware of both themselves and their own consciousness and their own subject formation, but also how they are positioned as a racialized entity within a larger grammar or a larger system. And so these kinds of stereotypes are not. I'm not sure stereotypes is kind of that useful word, but they're kind of operative cultural constructs that produce effects, and these constructs can be hijacked and reworked by people who are subject to them, and that's the argument of Du Bois. And for instance, one of the poets who collaborated with us, Demille Ekwe, uses exactly a very kind of forceful inhabitation of these stereotypes in order to break them and to reveal her position or her multiple positions as a Black woman, writing against and beyond these stereotypes, and turns them back against the people who kind of inhabit and use them and benefit from them, in order to kind of attack the speaking position that attempts normally to subordinate her. She takes that speaking position and just wrecks it in a very forceful way.
Okay, so I think there are no more questions from the chat right now. Let's see. No. Okay, so I think then that's it for today. That's okay.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much. I will do a short send off if you want to stay or whatever.
Sure. Should I stay online, or what do I need to do?
Sure. And I would say bye afterwards. So
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so next up at 4 p.m. we have a talk by Teresa Havlikova and Sakrowski, and they will talk about Netzkunst im Kontext der Netzwerkgesellschaft. They are representing the Zentrum für Netzkunst, and they will also talk about some impressions of the symposium. So that will start at 4 o'clock and 45 minutes. Thank you so much, and see you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, Matthew.
Hallo, hier wieder Zentrum für Netzkunst von Alexanderplatz in einer kleinen Bäckerei. Wir melden uns hier weiter im Rahmen von unserem Symposium Calculating Control. Und jetzt geht es weiter mit unserem kleinen Beitrag zu diesem Symposium. Wir haben eigentlich ursprünglich geplant, dass wir uns ein bisschen Netzkunstwerke aus der Vergangenheit oder aus den 90er Jahren anschauen und gemeinsam besprechen. Wir haben auch überlegt, dass wir jetzt keinen Vortrag wirklich halten, sondern dass wir gemeinsam eine Surfing-Session machen. Das heißt, wir werden mit euch unser Bildschirm teilen und wir werden gemeinsam durch die Webseiten gehen und zusammen browsen. Wir haben durch dieses Projekt praktisch versucht zu argumentieren, welche Position und welche Rolle Netzkunst in dieser ganzen Debatte hat von Überwachung, Calculating Control, Big Data, Algorithmic Bias, also genau diese Themen der Netzwerkgesellschaft, zu der wir uns zählen, welche Themen Netzkunst auch reflektiert. Nicht nur, dass die Netzkunst in dieser Zeit entstanden ist, das heißt auch immer natürlich in diesem Zusammenhang zu denken ist. Es gibt auch explizit Netzkunstwerke, die sich mit diesen Themen beschäftigen. Das, was aber noch speziell ist, ist tatsächlich, dass die Netzkunst tatsächlich Teil von dem System ist. Dadurch, dass die Mehrheit von Netzkunstwerken, so wie wir sie verstehen, im Internet stattfinden, sind sie sozusagen Teil von dem Problem. Und das ist auch etwas, was uns dann später vielleicht in unserem Gespräch und dann in dem letzten Vortrag heute interessieren wird. Sakrowski zeigt euch jetzt schon mal unsere Webseite. Sehen wir das, Hanna? Ja. Und ich wollte da nochmal ganz kurz nochmal zeigen, unser Archiv vielleicht, sodass wir nochmal einmal sehen, diese unterschiedlichen Teile. Ich würde nochmal ansprechen, dass diese Webseite, die wurde programmiert von Anna-Luise Lorenz, vielen Dank, und von Jakub Fiala. Und sie haben ein Programm genommen, das heißt Zotero. Und das ist ein Programm, was benutzt würde, eigentlich vor allem in akademischen Kreisen, um Literatur zu sammeln, sortieren und dann auch Zitationen zu produzieren. Und sie haben dieses Zotero-Programm praktisch gehackt oder missgebraucht, um ein lebendiges Archiv zu erzeugen. Das Thema des letzten Tages des Symposiums war auch wirklich Calculating Canons, im Sinne von, wer hat die Macht, Informationen zusammen, wie werden die gesammelt. Und das hier ist unser Beitrag oder unser Kommentar zu, wie wird Kunst gesammelt, wie wird Wissen transformiert. Dieses Archiv, was wir produziert haben, können wir tatsächlich über Zotero jetzt jederzeit nochmal anpassen. Das Archiv ist auch definitiv nicht vollständig. Wir haben da ganz viele Publikationen inkludiert von den Sprecher und Sprecherinnen, die wir in dem Symposium hatten. Und freuen uns natürlich auch über weitere Kommentare und Hinweise, was man noch alles in dem Archiv inkludieren könnte. Das Archiv ist auch ein bisschen wackelig, was wieder ein bisschen Kommentar ist, wie Daten erfasst werden, wo sind die Fehler. Jetzt zum Beispiel lädt hier ein Eintrag gar nicht. Also das ist genau ein bisschen in unserer Mentalität, dieser Chaos und Messiness wieder in dem Zusammenhang mit Data und Überwachung zu denken. Ja, hier sehen wir jetzt nochmal ein Stück von Ruth Refeld. Ja, also ich wollte eigentlich nochmal auf der Webseite zeigen, was dann noch später los wird. Können wir da nochmal zurück? Einfach nochmal zurück in das Archiv oder komplett Calculating Control, genau. Genau, also vielleicht nochmal aus dem Archiv raus. Ich wollte nochmal ansprechen, die anderen Teile von unserem Projekt. Es wird auch eine Ankonferenz stattfinden, je nachdem, wie die Corona-Situation aussieht, entweder online oder vielleicht noch vor Ort, wenn wir das in Berlin unter die Inzidenzzahl schaffen. Tatsächlich ein Versuch, nochmal das Wissen, diese vielleicht auch sehr komplexe Zusammenhänge zwischen Kybernetik, Internet, Daten und auch DDR, diese politischen Systeme, die wir angesprochen haben, ein bisschen anders wahrzunehmen und versuchen durch eher körperliche Erfahrung, versuchen sich klar zu machen, diese Themen und selbst zu verständigen. Ja, hier sieht man nochmal, wie man hier in unserem Archiv sich bewegen kann, welche Daten man ausfiltrieren kann. Kannst du jetzt nochmal zurück auf die Startseite? Genau, und dann würde ich nochmal das Journal zeigen. Also jetzt praktisch ab heute und morgen werden dann regelmäßig auch Artikel veröffentlicht bei uns auf der Webseite, die Tabea Russell und Anneliese Rüstetag kuratiert haben, die sich auch mit sehr breitem Spektrum an Themen beschäftigen, von Science Fiction aus der DDR, Oberlochkarten nochmal und auch zeitgenössische Themen. Also, glaube ich, auch sehr spannende Texte, die dann auch weiter auf der Webseite veröffentlicht werden. Also damit würde ich nur sagen, die Webseite wird weiter online sein, es wird weiter Dinge passieren. Damit würde ich euch gerne einladen, einfach nochmal weiter mit der Webseite zu interagieren. Genau. Ich glaube, jetzt können wir vielleicht auf die Online-Ausstellung gehen.
Gerne. Ich mache die mal aus dann.
Ja, genau. Also wir haben jetzt praktisch, weil wir in der Situation sind, dass wir unsere Vorortausstellung gar nicht öffnen können, haben wir uns entschieden, tatsächlich noch diesen ganzen Raum im Haus der Statistik zu übertragen und einmal im Tool Common Garden von Constant Dullard aufzubauen. Und hier in linke Ecke kann man sozusagen den ganzen Raum sehen. Der ist tatsächlich so nachgebaut, wie die Ausstellung hier vor Ort im Haus der Statistik aussieht. Und wenn mehrere Leute in der Online-Ausstellung unterwegs sind, dann kann man auch miteinander sprechen und reagieren und sich durch alle Kunstwerke immer bewegen, durch den Raum sich bewegen. Aber jetzt sind wir hier leider alleine, das heißt, wir können nur so sprechen.
Ja. Da bin ich auch gerade hängen geblieben. Ich kann gerade nicht hinspringen.
Das macht vielleicht der Browser.
Surfing Session, da werde ich einfach nochmal neu laden. Zentrum für Netzkunst und Enter the Show. Ja, dann kann man eigentlich hier springen und halt durch die Ausstellung laufen, sich bewegen. Eigentlich, also wir haben das jetzt ein bisschen spiegelverkehrt, glaube ich. Wir kommen normalerweise in den Raum von hier oben rein und sehen dann zuerst den Kybernauten, wie er so durch die Ausstellung fährt, wenn er richtig programmiert ist. Und dann befindet sich hier eigentlich die Fensterfront. Also, ja.
Sieht man hier eigentlich angezeigt,
genau,
durch die Linien.
Der Raum ist eben halt durch die Linien markiert und dann kann man, ja, die Ausstellung ist im Grunde 1:1 übertragen. Ja.
Ja, also die Online-Ausstellung ist jetzt jederzeit bis September abrufbar über unsere Webseite oder ich glaube auf Social Media hat Igor auch schon einen Link geschickt, also gerne auch nochmal da besuchen. Genau, wir haben auch gedacht, dass wir vielleicht jetzt nochmal diese maximal 2 Stunden, aber wir werden definitiv nicht so lange sprechen, dass wir das nutzen könnten, um noch ein bisschen zu reflektieren, was jetzt eigentlich die letzten 2 Tage passiert ist in dem Symposium, welche Themen wir angesprochen haben und eben in welchem Zusammenhang sich diese manchmal Problemen, manchmal aber auch in Utopien und diese Zukunftsvisionen, wie sie sich im Zusammenhang mit Netzkunst verstehen lassen. Ich glaube, ich werde jetzt nicht mehr nochmal diese ganzen Zusammenhänge zwischen Haus der Statistik, Kybernetik und Internet erklären. Frau Katharina Lübbe hat ja eigentlich ganz wunderbar vorgestellt, so die Basis von Kybernetik auf dem Beispiel von Thermostat, wie sich die Systeme selbst regulieren lassen. Sie hat auch den Robert Wiener vorgestellt und die Basis von Kybernetik. Sie hat aber auch Stafford Beard vorgestellt, der an dem Projekt Cybersyn beteiligt war und der eben dann Kybernetik übertragen hat auf sehr viele unterschiedliche Gebiete, wie auch Management, oder auch die soziale Wissenschaft. Und das war die Basis, also die Kybernetik. Und dann weiter in dem Symposium haben wir darüber gesprochen, wie das Internet sozusagen eine Datenquelle geworden ist für diese kybernetische Steuerung. Also dass sozusagen dadurch das Internet alles über Computer läuft, alles sich berechnen lässt, können wir sozusagen alle unsere Aktivitäten aufnehmen, auswerten und entsprechend auch natürlich steuern, was ganz in diesem Sinne von der Kybernetik ist, worüber auch Anna-Verena Nosthoff und Felix Maschewski ganz wunderbar erzählt haben, von Variables und wie dann eben auch Internet dann immaterialisiert praktisch omnipräsent ist und dass diese Kalkulation sozusagen auch in unserem Körper passiert. Clemens Abrich hat wiederum darüber gesprochen, über Algorithmic Biases und wie wir sozusagen Daten diskriminieren müssen, weil wir im Internet uns mit sehr vielen Daten konfrontieren. Und wir suchen eigentlich, unser großes Problem, unsere Zeit ist sozusagen nach den relevanten Informationen zu suchen oder die relevanten Informationen zu finden. Und in diesem Zusammenhang würde sich vielleicht jetzt anbieten, tatsächlich nochmal das Projekt 1:1 von Lisa Jeffbrod sich anzuschauen, was wir hier jetzt schon sehen. Weil auch hier geht es um sehr große Datenmengen und Visualisierung von ganz großen Datenmengen. Lisa Jeffbrod ist eine schwedische Künstlerin und zurzeit auch Professorin in Kalifornien. Und dieses Projekt aus 1999 ist ein Versuch, das Internet zu mappen, zu kartografieren, zu visualisieren. Sie hat einen Webcrawler-Robot, ein Bot programmiert, was sozusagen durch die IP-Adressen gegangen ist und hat versucht, immer gucken, ob hinter einer IP-Adresse auch eine Webseite ist. Und hier können wir uns jetzt vielleicht schon hier ein Interface Hierarchical anschauen. Genau, das ist ganz cool. Hier kann man eben sehen, also die IP-Adresse, hier kann man ein Beispiel sehen, das sind immer Sequenzen von Nummer. Und sie hat praktisch die Sequenzen von Nummer als Ordner hier visualisiert. Das heißt, das wäre der erste Ordner, das wäre der zweite Ordner, der dritte und der vierte. Und jetzt hier links sieht man sozusagen die Ordner. Also jetzt könnte man hier den ersten Ordner öffnen. Dann sind wir praktisch die 3 Nummer weiter. Das ist der zweite Ordner und der dritte Ordner und der vierte Ordner. Und jetzt landen wir sozusagen bei gewisser IP-Adresse und auch bei gewisser Webseite, die hier jetzt abgerufen wird. Wir sehen hier auch sozusagen 2 Teilen von diesem Projekt, weil Lisa Jeffbrod hat im Laufe der Zeit festgestellt, dass diese Aufgabe, das Internet aufzunehmen, absolut unmöglich ist. Und sie hat danach praktisch nochmal eine Datenbank aufgebaut. Also links sieht man praktisch die ursprüngliche und dann nochmal die neue. Und hier entsteht dann ein Vergleich, wie die Daten sich innerhalb von 2 oder 3 Jahren geändert haben, welche Webseiten noch abrufbar sind, welche nicht mehr. Genau, hier kann man sich durchklicken dann immer. Aber ich glaube, wir sind noch nicht verbunden hier. Aber ich würde vielleicht noch einen anderen Teil zeigen, genau. Hier sieht man eigentlich auch nochmal die Legende, was heißen die Farben. Also die grünen Webseiten sind alle noch online, die roten nicht mehr. Und ich glaube, diese farbige Kodierung hat sie tatsächlich auf alle Interfaces übertragen. Jetzt komme ich dann nochmal zurück. Genau, also sie hat versucht, diese Datenbank und diese Daten in 5 unterschiedliche Interfaces darzustellen. Vielleicht gucken wir jetzt nochmal unter Every. Genau, das ist jetzt sozusagen das Bild, was wir auch in der Ausstellung haben. Hier hat sie alle IP-Adressen nebeneinander in einer Reihe dargestellt und auch hier sind die Farben, die kodieren sozusagen, welche IP-Adresse, ob die jetzt noch zur Verfügung steht oder nicht. Man kann auch eigentlich hier überall klicken. Das ist nicht nur ein Bild, sondern das ist tatsächlich alles interaktiv. Das sind alle die Daten, die dahinter stecken. Und da sind wir schon wieder bei einer IP-Adresse. Und jetzt haben wir die IP-Adresse kontaktiert und warten, ob da noch eine Webseite dahinter ist. Das dauert also ein bisschen länger.
Also hinter jedem Pixel auf der Webseite ist ein Link zu einem Webserver, zu einer IP-Adresse.
Genau.
Das ist der Versuch, das ganze Netz auf einer Webseite zu verlinken.
Dann würde ich vielleicht nochmal, was war das? Migration, glaube ich. Hier kann man auch noch ganz gut sehen, genau die alte Datenbank, also die erste Datenbank und die zweite Datenbank. Und hier sieht man auch eben durch die roten und grünen Zeichen, wo praktisch die Webseiten noch sind und wo die Webseiten schon nicht mehr verfügbar sind. Und auch hier ist es nochmal alles anblickbar. Also wie man sieht, ist es wirklich eine riesige Installation an Daten. Und was Lisa Jeffbrod damit auch ganz interessant befragt, ist tatsächlich, wie wir uns überhaupt durch Internet bewegen. Also auch was Matthew Fuller angesprochen hat, wie man Daten selektiert und wie Suchmaschinen Daten selektieren. Sie hat hier versucht sozusagen die Suchmaschine durch diese Visualisierung zu ersetzen, wo das nicht nach Relevanz gesucht wird, sondern ist tatsächlich numerisch ausgedruckt und ist in diese unterschiedlichen Interfaces dargestellt.
Ja, so eine klassische Arbeit, würde ich sagen, die sich mit der Materialität des Netzes nur auseinandersetzt. Also so eine sehr formale Arbeit auf eine Art und Weise. Ja, und auch wiederum sehr abstrakt. Also es geht ja hier auch tatsächlich nicht um die Inhalte der einzelnen Webseiten, sondern nur, ob eine Kommunikation stattfindet oder nicht. Und das war eigentlich auch eins der großen unterschwelligen Themen, finde ich, innerhalb des Symposiums und ist vielleicht auch innerhalb der Ausstellung, dass sozusagen das Netzwerk als solches ja bestimmt wird durch seine Relation, also die Beziehung. Also ist jetzt hier eine Seite dahinter oder nicht. Und es geht wirklich nicht darum, was übertragen wird. Also ob wir jetzt News haben oder Poesie oder Börsenkurse oder was auch immer, sondern dass das Eigentliche darin besteht, sozusagen den Ping zu realisieren. Ist auf der anderen Seite jemand, gibt es sozusagen überhaupt eine Verbindung? Und diese Netzwerkfunktion, in der Knoten eben halt keine Bedeutung eigentlich mehr bekommen, sind für unsere Gesellschaft jetzt eigentlich ist sehr prägend. Dass sozusagen die Relation eigentlich unsere Identität bestimmt und definiert und die nicht aus uns herauskommt. Aber das ist auch ein bekanntes, sozusagen, es sind ja bekannte Theorien aus der Sprachwissenschaft oder überhaupt aus der Philosophie, die dann auch mit dem Begriff Kontext ja oft thematisiert wurden, aber hier jetzt in dieser formalen Arbeit ja auch wiederum, aber im Symposium gab es eben ja mehr philosophische Reflexionen, auch sowohl von Francis Hunger als auch von Clemens Abrich insbesondere, und natürlich auch von Anna-Verena Nosthoff, die Fragen eben halt, die sich damit verbinden. Also wenn ich dann das Netz und die Relationen immer aktualisieren muss, dann muss ich natürlich auch immer kontrollieren, besteht denn überhaupt eine Verbindung? Ist der Kontakt, kann ich den realisieren und wie kann ich den realisieren? Also so, das war für mich nochmal ein sehr interessantes Moment, über was ich denke, was sich lohnt, noch mehr nachzudenken. Eben halt über den Verlust der Bedeutung von dem einzelnen Knoten, von dem Individuum und dass das Netz sozusagen durch seine Relationen und durch seinen Hype-Zirkel, durch die Aktivierung, also das, wenn wir auch immer von den Netzwerken sprechen, also den Social-Media-Netzwerken meine ich jetzt, wo es um Aufmerksamkeit und Engagement geht, dass das eben genau dieses Engagement, also das benötigt das Netzwerk, um überhaupt als Netzwerk zu existieren, sonst wäre es halt eine ununterscheidbare Menge an Entitäten. Und zum Netz wird es ja erst durch diese Verknüpfung und durch die Aktivierung der Verknüpfung. Und da ist es eben halt nicht wirklich von Bedeutung, was in der Verknüpfung geschieht.
Ich finde die Arbeit auch ganz interessant, weil in dem Sinne, als wir mit Clemens Abrich gesprochen haben, wie er meinte, wie wir überhaupt uns den Raum, den Cyberraum oder das Netz, wie wir uns das überhaupt imaginieren. Also das hier ist tatsächlich ein interessanter Versuch, so diese unterschiedliche Darstellungsweise nochmal zu zeigen. Und ob man tatsächlich hier noch über Raum sprechen kann, ist natürlich die Frage, weil es sind trotzdem Fenster und die farbige Kodierung. Aber ich finde auch irgendwie, dass hier tatsächlich noch ganz nackt gezeigt wird, irgendwie was ist das Vernetzte am Internet. Ja. Vielleicht dann noch, wollten wir nochmal das Projekt von Mongrel ansprechen. Matthew Fuller hat uns heute schon ein bisschen den Einblick gegeben, weil er mit Mongrel an mindestens an Natural Selection mitgearbeitet hat, wie das Ganze entstanden ist. Wir haben jetzt Glück gehabt, also wir haben mit sehr Freude, Graham Harwood hat für uns praktisch Natural Selection nochmal die archivierte Version sozusagen online gestellt. Und ich würde jetzt vielleicht noch ein bisschen das Kunstwerk oder das Projekt nochmal kontextualisieren, weil Natural Selection war ein Teil von Natural Heritage, was war ein sehr komplexes und sehr großes Projekt, in dessen Rahmen eigentlich ganz unterschiedliche Plattformen benutzt wurden. Man kann hier eigentlich auf der archivierten Version von Natural Selection sich auch nochmal anschauen, was waren alle Teile von diesem Projekt und auch sozusagen ein bisschen ein Statement von der Gruppe, aber Matthew Fuller hat das eigentlich auch schon ein bisschen erklärt, dass diese Gruppe kommt aus gewissem Background aus London, haben sich an eine Bildinstitution kennengelernt für Arbeitslose und sind auch Menschen mit Migrationshintergrund in London und die sozusagen dann auch eigene Erfahrungen mit Rassismus dann in diesem Projekt praktisch bearbeiten und nicht nur Alltagsrassismus im Sinne in der realen Welt, sondern tatsächlich auch viel mehr online und durch Software und durch Technologie. Und hier kann man sich das nochmal anschauen, dieses Statement oder dieses Manifesto vielleicht sogar, was dieses Projekt eigentlich alles ansprechen würde. Ich wollte vielleicht nochmal 2 Teile von diesem Natural Heritage Projekt zeigen, die man eben auch noch weiter online sehen kann. Das eine ist eine Emulation, was Rhizome im Rahmen von Net Art Anthology gemacht hat. Also ein Teil von diesem Natural Heritage Komplex war auch Heritage Gold, ein Teil von diesem Projekt. Und das war ein Hack von Photoshop. Und hier kann man sich auf der Webseite von Rhizome tatsächlich nochmal eine Emulation von diesem Hack anschauen. Und Matthew hat das schon ein bisschen angesprochen, es geht die Sprache oder das, was hier eigentlich gemacht ist, ist wirklich so zuspitzen, die Verhältnisse, die schon immer eigentlich in der Technologie eingebettet sind, nochmal zugespitzt zu zeigen und damit nochmal transparent zu machen. Und er hat auch eigentlich ganz interessant reagiert darauf und wie das, auf einer Seite könnte man kritisieren, dass dadurch die Stereotypen nochmal verstärkt wurden, aber der hat eigentlich nochmal begründet, dass es eben aus gewissem Background kommt und dann wieder Reinforcement oder Empowerment für sich selbst heißt. Hier kann man eben sehen, dass Mongrel manche Werkzeuge aus Photoshop praktisch umgenannt haben oder angepasst haben, sodass man sozusagen eine eigene Herkunft anpassen kann, je nachdem, was man gerade braucht. Und damit natürlich ist es ein Kommentar auf das System, dass man, wenn man etwas von einem Staat will, irgendwie gewisse Merkmale, gewisse Gesichtsmerkmale braucht. Das wollte ich jetzt mal nur kurz zeigen. Ein anderer Teil von diesem Projekt war dann auch ein Computerspiel, der heißt Blacklash. Und das ist auch wieder ein Hack oder eine Aneignung von einem Computerspiel aus dem 95, wo tatsächlich, also in den 90er Jahren wurde eigentlich noch nicht so viel darüber reflektiert, welche Charaktere Computerspiele haben. Und es war tatsächlich dominiert von weißen, männlichen Figuren, die dann die Hauptfiguren waren in diesen Computergeschichten. Und Blacklash nimmt praktisch diese Narrativ und stellt das um, sodass da tatsächlich eine männliche, eine schwarze Figur auftaucht, die sich hier durch unterschiedliche Feinde durchkämpft. Da sind auf einer Seite Nazis, auf einer Seite auch Polizisten. Also es ist auch wieder sehr subversive visuelle, aber auch wirklich Sprache. Und das ist das, was wir auch wirklich sehr wertvoll finden an dieser Arbeit, dass diese Reflexion über welche Stereotypen oder welche Konstellationen auf Internet entstehen, schon damals von dieser Gruppe reflektiert wurde. Leider sind nur diese kleinen Teile von dem Projekt erhalten und deswegen wollte ich die nochmal zeigen, was jetzt eigentlich noch zur Verfügung steht. Hier kann man auch noch ein paar Bilder aus dem Spiel sehen, wie das dann praktisch nochmal installiert wurde.
Das gibt es auch als emulierte Version, glaube ich.
Ja, genau, das ist hier. Ich glaube, ich werde das jetzt nicht öffnen, weil das wird unter Internet, glaube ich, hier stürzen. Und jetzt würde ich tatsächlich nochmal auf Natural Heritage und Natural Selection eingehen. Das sind tatsächlich die 2 Teile, die wir bei uns in der Ausstellung haben. Natural Heritage, Teil davon war auch Color Separation. Da hat praktisch die Mongrel-Gruppe nochmal alle beteiligten Künstlerinnen und deren Familie und Bekannten genommen und auf deren Basis anonyme Gesichter produziert, die dann mit Maske bedeckt wurden. Das ist auch hier nochmal auf der archivierten Webseite alles erklärt, wie dieser Prozess aussah. Und es entstehen immer Kombinationen von Gesichtern und von Masken, was nochmal zum Erscheinung bringen sollte, tatsächlich diese Dichotomien, die entstehen durch unser Sprachgebrauch auch, weil wir eben Gesichtsfarben als Farben wahrnehmen, weil wir sie auch so nennen. Und das hat Mathieu Fuller auch gesagt, gerade irgendwie, dass die Algorithmen eigentlich immer nach diesen Extremen gucken und deswegen irgendwie diese Dichotomien auch immer wieder entstehen. Diese Plakate haben wir auch bei uns in der Vorort-Ausstellung. Die sind jetzt nicht in der Online-Ausstellung, das können wir nicht wirklich so darstellen, aber für alle, die noch vielleicht an unserer Online-Tour teilnehmen, können Sie dann diese Poster vor Ort, also sozusagen live vor Ort sehen. Genau, aber jetzt sind wir schon bei Natural Selection und wir können uns jetzt vielleicht gemeinsam nochmal ein paar von diesen subversiven Webseiten anzeigen. Also Mathieu Fuller hat nochmal erzählt, wie praktisch dieser Hack funktioniert hat von der Suchmaschine, indem diese Kollektiv oder diese Künstlerinnen, die sich alle an diesem Projekt beteiligt haben, haben Alternativen oder andere Webseiten entwickelt, die sozusagen in die Suchmaschine immer reingeschmuggelt wurden. Eben wenn man nach rassenmotivierte oder rechtsextremische oder andere Begriffe gesucht hat, hat dieses Projekt oder diese Hack von der Suchmaschine dann eben diese alternative Netzwerk von Webseiten angezeigt.
Es war im Grunde so ein SEO-Hack, wie er damals also so ein Search Engine Optimization Hack. Sie haben sozusagen den Namensraum besetzt, diese Schlagworte, die benutzt wurden, um zu suchen. Das war auch in der Netzkunst damals ja schon eine bekannte Strategie. Da gab es das Projekt von Itoy, den Hijack und das war aber auch noch sagte er, das war eben noch möglich, bevor auch die Suchmaschinen, also die fingen an, auch diese Suchmaschine, also das war ja auch eine Suchmaschine, wo sie dann teilweise Google-Suchen jeden Tag durchgeführt haben, hat er heute gesagt, und dann mit eingespeist haben in ihre Suchmaschine, so dass sie als Konkurrenten verstanden wurden. Das war mir auch nicht ganz klar, weil es damals sozusagen ja noch nicht so viele tatsächliche Player auf dem Markt gab und da konnte man sozusagen, also war es noch möglich, diesen Namensraum zu besetzen. Also heute ist es ja ein ganzer Geschäftszweig, diese Search Engine Optimization. Und ich glaube, das ist sehr schwer noch zu realisieren überhaupt. Ja.
Ich habe auch darüber nachgedacht, dass es irgendwie diese gewisse Phase von Netzkunst ist, wo so alles parodisiert und eben, dass du praktisch jede Identität annehmen könntest, weil es war möglich, dadurch, dass einfach noch der Raum war dafür. Ich werde mir jetzt nochmal eine Webseite aufbauen, die sieht genauso aus wie Etoy, aber es heißt ein bisschen anders und man könnte tatsächlich so tricksen und diese Strategie, so sich unterschiedliche Identitäten anzueignen, war ziemlich prägnant in dieser Phase, würde ich sagen.
Ich denke, das kann man, also Identitäten kann man sich bestimmt jetzt auch noch bauen und vielleicht auch noch faken oder so, aber ich glaube, der Durchsatz, also die Bedeutung, also wie hoch man jetzt war oder wie man wahrgenommen wird, in welchen quantitativen, also der quantitative Effekt, der lässt sich, glaube ich, nicht mehr so erreichen. Also ich denke, dass das sozusagen, wenn man jetzt eine Suchmaschine schreibt und die ins Netz stellt, wird die Google nicht als Konkurrenz wahrnehmen.
Als Konkurrenz wahrscheinlich nicht, aber ich denke, dass es viel schwieriger ist, tatsächlich irgendwo etwas anonym zu machen. Also ich glaube, jetzt ist das System schon so eingestellt, dass du dich überall anmelden musst, überall musst du deine Identität bestätigen und sozusagen, es wird immer mehr verknüpft mit dieser Realität und weniger mit der Realität, die man sich damals an dem Web produziert hat. Das meinte ich eher vielleicht. Vielleicht können wir uns ein paar von diesen Beispielen anschauen. Vielleicht sollte ich nochmal ein Trigger Warning aussprechen. Die Bilder, die durchaus hier vorkommen, sind auch gewaltig, zeigen auch wirklich Rassen, Gewalt an unterschiedlichen Gruppen. Also würde ich schon mal im Voraus sagen. Hier sind auch nochmal die anderen Teile von dem Projekt, aber vielleicht kann man sich hier schon ein bisschen umschauen, was hier ist. Genau, hier zum Beispiel eine Fake-Bio-Company, die versucht hat, also es ist eine Kampagne von einem fiktiven Unternehmen, das sozusagen zugibt, dass sie motiviert gewisse Klassen oder gewisse Menschen ausschließt. Family Matters. Lyrics of God Bless the Prince of Wales, Song of Wales, and reproduced by kind permission of Messrs. Hier zum Beispiel ist auch wieder nachgemacht, schätze ich einfach Pornindustrie im Internet, wo hier wieder sehr explizit eingegangen wird auf diese Sortieren durch sexuelle Fantasien nach Rasse oder nach Migrationshintergrund. Auch sehr edgy, racial motivated Fuck-Fantasia genannt. Asian Afro-Aryan visitors get a valuable membership to Gornhorn's Contact IQ for free. Submissive Asians, ability Afros, tight-arsed Aryans. Also das ist das, was ich meinte. Die Sprache es bedient sich diese Sprache sozusagen als subversives Werkzeug, um das nochmal betonen.
Eine Überaffirmation, aber auch kritisieren. Also ist jetzt sozusagen. Ja. Ja, und auch diese Search Engine und Search Engine Optimization in dem Sinne, also das Kämpfen um diesen Namensraum, also um die Begrifflichkeiten und sozusagen die Hoheit darüber, ist eigentlich auch schon eine Reflexion, ja auch sehr früh, finde ich, auf diesen heute wieder ja im Mainstream schon angekommenen Bias sozusagen, der in der Software mit eingeschrieben ist. Und also das Wissen darum, und das bindet es für mich ja auch wieder, oder war im Symposium, war das ganz offensichtlich, fand ich, dass also häufig über Technologie gesprochen wurde und dann aber oft die Perspektive oder oft die Idee oder stark gemacht wurde, dass eben die Software abhängig ist von ihrem politischen Kontext oder in dem sie eben dann deployed wird und angewendet wird und dass sozusagen die Hoffnung bestand, dass man Algorithmen oder also dass sie neutral sind sozusagen, weil es halt nur mathematische Strukturen sind, dass man die halt eben für unterschiedliche Ziele anwenden und einsetzen kann und dass da eben möglich wäre, ja durch eine politische Rahmengebung oder Rahmensetzung sozusagen die auch positiv einzusetzen. Also ich weiß nicht, ich frage mich das, ich denke, das ist vielleicht eine Hoffnung und das ist ein Aspekt und das sollte auch der Fall sein, also wie man gerade sieht bei dem Bias, dass es immer mitgedacht werden muss, der politische Kontext, aber ich denke, dass auch diese Software oder wie vorhin, dass das Internet an sich als Struktur eben halt auch eine eigene Kraft und Dynamik hat, wie Alexei Radinsky ja auch dann gestern so eindringlich beschrieben hat, wie es tatsächlich eine politische Idee war, Russland oder die UdSSR mit Westdeutschland zu verbinden und dass allein die Verbindung entscheidend war und mitgeholfen hat an dem Zusammenbruch der UdSSR, also durch die Pipelines und dann sich da Strukturen übertragen haben aus dem Westen in den Osten. Und das heißt sozusagen, die Struktur der Software oder der Technologie, die hat halt eine extrem prägende, kreierende Kraft.
Fand ich eigentlich auch eine ziemlich interessante Bewegung innerhalb von dem Symposium, weil ich hatte das Gefühl, dass wir gestern sozusagen erst nachdem wir dann irgendwie in unserem Zeitalter angekommen sind und angefangen haben, über Internet zu sprechen, da war irgendwie dieser erste Versuch, okay, wie kann man diese ausfiltrieren oder diese Menge an Informationen filtrieren, dadurch, dass man auch noch mehr wieder reingibt, also das, was Canons Abrech nochmal vorgeschlagen hat. Lass uns das ändern, dadurch irgendwie, was wir tatsächlich dann auch als Informationen überhaupt in diese Topf haben. Und dann eben später mit Anna-Verena Nosthoff und Felix Maschewski und dann Alexej Radensky eben so diese politische Rolle und diese Machtverhältnisse, die hinter der Technologie natürlich immer stecken, was sich auch irgendwie wieder aus der Geschichte gezeigt hat, sowohl in der DDR als auch in Chile, welche Einflüsse dann letztendlich das Ganze entweder zum Scheitern gebracht haben oder eben das alles formiert haben. Und heute der Vortrag von Matthew Fuller, der dann aber wieder nochmal irgendwie einen Schritt weiter oder zurückgeht und sagt so, ja, also Politik ist eine Sache, das, was wir da filtrieren, ist zweite Sache, aber das System an sich selbst ist einfach limitiert durch die Sprache und durch die Logik und durch dieses System, das dahinter steht. Also eigentlich alle diese drei Komponenten, die wir hier irgendwie angesprochen haben, sind also es schalten schon an sich selbst, also sind alle beeinflussen sich gleichzeitig und dadurch reproduzieren wir diese Stereotypen, können uns nicht helfen, Sachen zu wiederholen und das finde ich auch einfach interessant, diese Komponente, die wir hier vielleicht geschafft haben, ein bisschen aufzudecken.
Das fand ich auch, also im Zusammenhang mit der Kybernetik, die Kybernetik als Technologie sozusagen, die Frage, also war ja auch immer, oder hatte ich vor dem Symposium oder vielleicht vor dem Projekt überhaupt die Idee, dass ich dachte, ja, die Kybernetik im sozialistischen Kontext ist die gute Kybernetik und die Kybernetik, wie sie uns jetzt auftritt, ist die schlechte Kybernetik und das ist alles nur eine Frage der politischen Entscheidungen und Rahmenbedingungen und Regulierung. Und jetzt stellt es sich aber für mich so dar, als wenn die Kybernetik eben als Technologie auch eben reduziert und den Einzelnen eben halt in dieses Netzwerk einpasst. Also was ich vorhin gesagt habe, was eben halt dann zu einer Entindividualisierung auch führt, auf der einen Seite, und eben zu einer extremen gleichzeitig wieder Ausdifferenzierung. Also diese Spannung in dieser extremen Ausdifferenzierung, die dann eben vereinzelt wirkt. Aber in der Masse, aber eben wieder als System begriffen sozusagen immer wieder sich der Einzelne dann auflöst. Und in dieser Spannung sozusagen, die, denke ich, kommt durch das System selbst und nicht durch politische Umstände. Also ich glaube auch, dass dieser Vorwurf, den Sucro in seinem Vortrag nochmal dargestellt hat, der von der Kommission erhoben wurde, die AMLO prüfen sollte, dass eben das Individuum zu weit zurücktritt und dass die Technologie ja eigentlich dieselbe ist, die eben halt im kapitalistischen Management eingesetzt wird, dass da eben kein Unterschied zu sehen ist. Den Vorwurf konnte ich dann plötzlich nachvollziehen und fand den sehr valide. Also ich kann, ja, aber gut.
Nee, also also ich überlege, wie ich jetzt nochmal überbrücken kann zu der Überwachung, zu dem nächsten Thema, was wir eigentlich ansprechen wollten. Aber
genau, für mich ist es jetzt sozusagen die Überwachung, das ist eigentlich mit Anna-Verena Nosthoff, hat es auch schön gezeigt, dass die Überwachung dann letztendlich auch zu dem Einzelnen zurückführt. Also das ist sozusagen, also wann ist die Überwachung am perfektesten natürlich, wenn ich das inkorporiere und als Teil meiner Identität verstehe. Und das heißt sozusagen für mich, es geht um den Einzelnen. Mit diesen Geräten wird er angesprochen und steht sozusagen in einem ständigen Austausch. Das hatte mich auch so, das war auch nochmal eine Komponente, die öfter auftrat, auch jetzt in unserer Ausstellung mit Susanne Dreister, das magische Moment, das, was über das Beschreibende hinausgeht, sozusagen nämlich diese einzelne, intime Feedback, der durch diese Readables entsteht, der tägliche, ständige, intime Feedback, ist eigentlich so eine Auslagerung auch wie dieses protestantische Gebet, ja, wo man ständig schaut, ob man eben täglich, ja, mindestens 3 Mal vor dem Essen und so weiter und abends und überhaupt die ganze Zeit reflektiert, ist man dann richtig und ist es dann entsprechend den Regularien und den Normen. Dann am Ende hat man dann das Manager-Treffen sozusagen, wo man nochmal Abbitte leistet, ja, so einmal die Woche oder was. Dieser Bezug, ja, wird eben halt von der Institution eben auf den Einzelnen abgeschoben. Und wie kann man sozusagen, wie kann das eben halt passieren? Das ist die eine Idee über Geräte und hier gab es sozusagen, 1997 gab es diese Arbeit von Heath Bunting in der Netzkunst, also jetzt so ein Sprung, noch bevor es den Einzelnen betrifft. Der Einzelne steht ja auch immer im Kontext, also wie ich vorher versucht habe zu sagen, im Netzwerk eben halt bestimmt er sich eben durch seine Bezüge und wenn er sich dort sozusagen einpasst und es ja da nicht in Widerstand gerät, dann empfindet er auch eine gewisse Freiheit und verhält sich dazu und es scheint hier zu sein, Heath Bunting rekurriert hier auf oder spielt damit oder in einer Geste, benutzte er Webcams, die im Web waren und es spielte halt vor, als wenn es eine Möglichkeit gäbe, hier halt wenn man sich die Webcam ansieht und dort ein Verbrechen wahrnimmt, dann könnte man hier eine Mitteilung an das Polizeirevier schreiben und den Vorfall reportieren. Hier kann man auch noch sehen, so verschiedenste Reporte. Das ist ja eigentlich sozusagen dieses Panoptikum eben halt auf den Nachbarn übertragen. Also ich beobachte meinen Nachbarn und mithilfe der Technologie und der Nachbar kann aber sozusagen auch im globalen
Der Nachbar kann überall sein.
Der Nachbar kann überall sein. Das war eine Reihe von Webcams, ich glaube es waren 4 in Deutschland, in Amerika, in Spanien und so, die er herausgesucht hatte. Das war die Zeit, in der sich eben halt Webcams als technische Überwachungsdevices auf der einen Seite und Kontrolldevices auch etabliert hatten und dann damit auch natürlich in die Netzkunst Einzug hielten. Hier ist eine Arbeit von Amy Alexander, das ist The Multicultural Recycler. Hatte auch mehrere Stufen, funktioniert jetzt nicht mehr. Da hatte sie eben halt auch verschiedenste Webcams aus aller Welt zusammengebracht und man konnte dann damit Collagen erstellen. Hier gibt es ja ein Image noch. Da kann man dann noch die Galerie sich ansehen von solchen recycelten Bildern. Also das haben sozusagen die Nutzer hergestellt, das wäre für mich wieder so eine Reflexion, wo man über das Material nachdenkt, von so einer Überwachungstechnik und womit man damit künstlerisch sich auseinandersetzt. Weil wir einen Bogen schlagen wollten zur Netzkunst. Hier sieht man dann im Social Media, da hat jemand, ich weiß gar nicht, wie scrollt man nach rechts so? Nee. Da, ja. Hatte jemand scheinbar, der Channel hieß Love Street 2 und den hatte ich irgendwie auf YouTube 2009 oder so gefunden. Der hat regelmäßig dann so seine Webcam im Grunde auf YouTube hochgespielt. Und ich habe dann exemplarisch mal hier für eine Ausstellung, in der es auch darum ging, um diese Situation, dass andere Leute beim Betrachten von irgendwas zusehen. Also wir sehen jetzt hier auch hier sehen wir mehrere Schleifen sozusagen. Sie spielen und schauen und dann gleichzeitig wird es übertragen und gleichzeitig auch sozusagen auf dem Second-Screen oft noch eingestellt, also die Übertragung manchmal wird eingestellt oder so sieht man oder kommentiert.
Wobei ich mir sage mich das eigentlich, ich habe heute Morgen darüber nachgedacht, dass irgendwie auch die früheren Videoarten irgendwie natürlich mit diesem Surveillance-Mode irgendwie gespielt haben, weißt du, so sich selbst beobachten beim Machen, genau. Aber jetzt hier hat es natürlich nochmal diese extra Komponente, dass es gestreamt wird und dass es sozusagen an mehrere Orten gleichzeitig sichtbar wird. Also das bekommt dann noch mehr diese kommunale Überwachung, also so gemeinsame Überwachung, diese Bedeutung.
Ja, das finde ich schön, dass du das sagst, weil für einen anderen Zusammenhang hatte ich das vorbereitet hier. Das ist eine direkte Reflexion sozusagen von einer jungen Netzkünstlerin, könnte man sagen. Also man könnte sie als solche doch auch bezeichnen, von Molly Soda auf Video Conchi. Die beide sich sozusagen auch eben genau mit dem Medium auseinandersetzen, also mit dieser Intimität der Webcam und mit dem Medium, mit dem Netzmedium jetzt halt auch. Das ist, ja, dieser Bezug zwischen der Videokunst und der Netzkunst, der ist ja auch ein offensichtlicher, genau, aber das dauert jetzt noch etwas lange, bis hier verwertet wird. Hier ist dann sozusagen, hier besteht der einzige Kontakt, also wir sehen sozusagen, wie die was anderes sehen sozusagen. Und es geht auch nicht darum, was sie sehen, sondern eigentlich ja nur sozusagen, also wir sehen ja niemals, was sie sehen, weil die Webcam steht ja direkt über dem, was sie sehen.
Das ist also a reaction video without the thing that is reacted to.
Ja, aber es ist vielleicht nicht mal ein Reaction-Video. Ich glaube, das ist sozusagen, das Pseudo-Stream ist für mich eben halt auch so, geht in diese Richtung dessen, was ich vorhin gesagt habe, dass es eigentlich egal ist, worum es geht, dass Hauptsache der Kontakt ist da, dass sie sich wiederum darstellen, beweist ihre Anwesenheit. Aber hier haben wir so ein Reaction-Video, was du angesprochen hast, das ist sozusagen, was für mich auch zeigt, diesen Effekt dieses Feedback-Loops. Das heißt, wenn ich mich sehe im Kontext von anderen, die auch wiederum mich sehen oder ich sehe, wie andere sehen, dann passe ich mich daran an. Und dann wird sozusagen, also hier ist es ganz deutlich, weil es sozusagen so eine unmittelbare Reaktion ist, weil man fängt halt an zu lachen, wenn man jemand anderen lachen sieht. Da ist es jetzt halt nicht, das ist halt sozusagen offensichtlich. Und ich glaube, es ist eben halt natürlich auch nicht intendiert, aber für mich zeigen diese Reaction-Videos eigentlich dieses Phänomen auf, also ohne künstlerische Reflexion zu sein, aber die zeigen dieses Phänomen auf, was Social Media macht, dass wir uns eben halt immer konstant anpassen und konstant in so einer permanenten Observer-Situation stecken. Hier sieht man so einen Feedback-Loop, wie er dann überspringt in die Kunst. Natürlich gab es auch den TV-Buddha von Peck, aber brauchen wir nicht eingehen. Ich finde es aber jetzt hier interessant, so wie das dann dieser Feedback-Loop sich potenziert. Also Leute sehen Leute beim Zusehen zu. Ja, das sind ja dann teilweise dieselben. Er sieht jetzt sie an und hier wird sie auch wieder angesehen, die dann der wieder ansieht und so weiter. Also es sind und das führt mich zu dieser Arbeit, die wir beide sehr mögen, zu einer Netzkunstarbeit von Martin Kohut, der sich ein Jahr lang aufgenommen hat, während er selber andere YouTube-Videos anschaut. Und er hat dann damals eine Funktion, die es noch in der YouTube-App gab, benutzt, oder in der YouTube-App, also in der YouTube-Webseite. Man konnte halt einen Kommentar als Video posten. Das heißt, hier gab es neben dem Daumen, also damals war der Daumen auch nicht ein Daumen, sondern noch 5 Sterne, gab es eine Funktion, wo man dann klicken konnte, Replay. Und dann hat er sozusagen dieses Video als Replay zu denen geschickt. So dass derjenige, der das hier gespielt hat oder hochgeladen hat, halt dann auch gesehen hat. Das heißt, er stand halt im direkten Kontakt dann mit dem, also er stellte diesen Kontakt selber her. Und gleichzeitig ist für mich halt auch eine Form der Selbstverständigung. Ja, also hier, er hat das ja in einer ziemlich starken Performance, also er hatte ein Jahr lang hatte er sozusagen all seine YouTube-Erfahrungen dann jetzt hier ja reflektiert und sich selbst, könnte man sagen, überwacht. Ich weiß nicht, in so einen Feedback-Loop begeben. Und denn ich frage mich sozusagen, wenn man aus diesem System, wie kommt man denn aus so einem System heraus, was alles berechnet? Was sozusagen, also vielleicht, also wie Matthew Fuller gesagt hat, gibt es diesen Glitch und es gibt diese Infinity, aber Aber trotzdem habe ich den Eindruck, bei der starken Abstraktion, in der wir uns da befinden, als wenn wir trotzdem ziemlich stark verwaltet sind und kaum, ich sehe halt keine Alternative zu diesem System, was alles in Zahlen, mit Zahlen benennt, kategorisiert und aufrechnet und berechnet und vorausberechnet. Wie kommt man da raus? Und dann war von mir ein Versuch, durch einfach mal nichts zu tun.
Wir sollten einschalten, den Ton ein bisschen leiser machen.
Ja, vielleicht. Auch einfach nichts zu tun im Netz und das sozusagen zum Thema zu machen. Und da habe ich auch eine ziemliche Weile, mehrere Monate lang mich selbst aufgenommen, wie ich versuche, ganz intensiv nichts zu tun, indem ich mich jeden Tag in diese Social-Media-Webseiten einlogge und mehr nicht tue. Und dadurch entstand so ein Feedback-Loop zwischen mir und den Robotern, die dann darauf reagiert haben, die das Netz so bevölkern. Und das hat mir aber sehr gut getan, muss ich sagen. Also, naja.
Das ist therapeutisch, ja. Also ich glaube, dass wir jetzt eigentlich unbedingt hier klicken müssen jetzt und eben jetzt gucken müssen, dass wir hier in unserem Livestream tatsächlich 10 Zuschauer haben. Hast du eigentlich ganz gut erwischt, glaube ich. Und jetzt haben wir gut auch diesen Loop hier produziert.
Und mehr nicht tue. Wie spät ist? Und dadurch entstand so ein Feedback.
Das
ist schon sehr
spät.
spät.
Wir sprechen hier auch schon sehr lange. Auf jeden Fall beobachten bei Beobachten.
Das
ist
hat
eine
mir
Sache.
Sehr gut getan, muss ich sagen. Also,
aber ich würde noch irgendwie 2 Sachen sagen. Also ich fand auch jetzt irgendwie plötzlich wieder ganz spannend, dass Netzkunst tatsächlich auch irgendwie ein Weg sein kann, wie man auch Internet archivieren kann. Also das, weil du eben jetzt noch am Beispiel von Martin Kohout illustriert hast, wie damals YouTube aussah und wie jetzt nicht mehr aussieht. Dadurch, dass Kunst halt immer schon etwas ist, was man versucht irgendwie zu sammeln oder zu erhalten, was so kulturelle Erbe ist oder so, habe ich das Gefühl, dass dadurch auch wieder eigentlich wichtige Geschichte von dieser Technologie mit archiviert wird. Und das denke ich irgendwie nochmal darüber nach, warum Netzkunst eigentlich wichtig ist oder warum wir das unbedingt irgendwie erhalten sollten. Und ich glaube, ich versuche jetzt auch wieder ein bisschen Brücke machen zu diesem Versuch, irgendwie, was wir jetzt als Zentrum für Netzkunst machen wollten.
absolut.
Weil wir uns diese unmöglichen Task oder diese unmögliche Aufgabe auch zum Ziel unseres Schaffens gemacht haben, Netzkunst auf irgendwelche Art und Weise nicht zu sammeln, aber einfach eine Datenbank zu erstellen, in der die Netzkunst abrufbar wäre, weil später haben wir einen Vortrag von Annet, Dekker, die sich auch sehr viel mit Archivieren von Netzkunst und von Performativen und so beschäftigt und eben bei Kunstwerken, die so ephemer sind und im Internet auch oft verschwinden können. Auf jeden Fall, wir sind jetzt seit ein paar Wochen daran, tatsächlich eine Datenbank zu entwickeln. Deswegen hat uns dieses Projekt auch sehr interessiert aus dieser Perspektive, wie sich Datenbanken modellieren lassen, welche Daten sind dann immer ausgeschlossen, was kann man damit machen. Deswegen war auch der Vortrag von Francis Hunger zu Tabellen und zu Datenbanken für uns eigentlich sehr interessant. Und daraufhin haben wir uns entschieden, eine relationelle Datenbank zu basteln. Ja. Und da sind wir sozusagen noch am Anfang. Die Idee war tatsächlich, dass man nicht die Begriffe an sich selbst definiert, sondern dass man durch Beziehungen zwischen unterschiedlichen Phänomenen dann tatsächlich die Identitäten konstruiert. Aber das ist jetzt noch sehr abstrakt, wahrscheinlich gesagt.
Ja, ich denke, wir sind da noch am Anfang und es gibt ja ganz viele Versuche schon, Datenbanken für Netzkunst aufzubauen. Der letzte, gerade aktualisiert, ist ja von Rhizome, die Art Database. Die haben sie ja gerade letzte Woche renoviert sozusagen und abgedatet und ins Netz gestellt. Und wir wurden mit unserer Datenbank halt, also was wir eigentlich auch versuchen, ist hier doch die Datenbank auch zu verbinden mit einem, also wie wir auch jetzt die Datenbank programmieren. Ich sehe das eigentlich als ein experimentelles Form von Wissenschaft oder auch von vielleicht auch Lebensgestaltung in einer Art und Weise, weil wir ja keine Informatiker sind, sondern uns das jetzt aneignen durch das Machen und durch das Tun und durch das Experimentieren ja eigentlich. Und dadurch auch versuchen, ein Verständnis zu entwickeln eben für diese Fragen, was ist eine relationale Datenbank, was ist eine objektorientierte Datenbank, was ist eine vektororientierte Datenbank, was ist eine grafische Datenbank. Inwiefern hat das eben Einfluss auf die Inhalte der Datenbank, inwiefern hat es Einfluss auf den Umgang mit ihr und so weiter. Also das sind eben Dinge, die wir da versuchen zu besprechen und uns eigentlich damit auch irgendwie zu bilden oder eben zu prägen, eben in einem Feedback also anzupassen. Und das alles hier in dem Haus hat schon irgendwie auch so eine Bedeutung oder Fokussierung, die sehr lokal ist. Eben halt auch, wir wollen uns ja auch gerne, oder das ist ein Aspekt, jedenfalls den wir im Kopf hatten bei der Gründung, eben uns zu fokussieren auch auf die Geschichte der Berliner Netzkunst, die ja auch Clemens Abricht sehr gut angesprochen hat und nochmal darauf eingegangen ist, auf Phänomene wie die Internationale Stadt Berlin oder Nettime, die Pitt Schulz halt auch mitgegründet hat, der in Berlin auch eben sehr aktiv war. Und auf Radioprojekte. Und also ist ja ein weiteres Feld, diese Szene, die dann hier in dem Haus in Mitte eigentlich vielleicht so auch ein ganz physisches Archiv bekommen könnte mit einer Bibliothek, mit einer Freihandbibliothek vielleicht, mit Materialien und vielleicht Emulationen nicht nur, sondern vielleicht tatsächlich auch Rekonstruktionen. Also das ist so unser Ziel und das würden wir auch gerne natürlich verbinden mit der Geschichte des Hauses und damit auch so eine Art, weiß ich nicht wirklich eine Wunderkammer, aber schon zwei Dinge nebeneinander sozusagen stellen, die und damit eine Geschichte konstruieren, die meines Erachtens nach da ist, aber eben noch nicht so oft gesehen wurde. Und für mich besteht die darin eben halt auch, weil du dich fragst oder nicht fragst, du fragst dich das natürlich nicht, aber du hast es nochmal angesprochen, warum Netzkunst so wichtig ist.
Also, ich frage mich das trotzdem jeden Tag, wenn ich aufstehe. Warum ist Netzkunst wichtig? Ja. Warum beschäftigen wir uns immer noch damit?
Also für mich ist es eigentlich so, dass ich denke, Netzkunst ist halt so, also ich denke so, für mich war Fotografie eben halt die Kunst, würde ich sagen, eben der Industrialisierung, also die Maschine, die dann die Kunst macht tatsächlich. Und die Netzkunst ist eben halt eine Kunst, die eben auf dem Netz, mit dem Netz und über das Netz arbeitet. Das ist für mich in der Netzwerkgesellschaft, in die wir uns jetzt gerade hineinbegeben, wenn nicht schon gerade drinstecken, eben halt gar keine Frage, dass die wichtig ist, weil sie eben halt als die Kunst eben genau meines Erachtens nach diese Phänomene jetzt alle aufgreift. Eben ganz unterschiedliche Aspekte anspricht und in auch ganz unterschiedlichen Formen bearbeitet. Also da habe ich gar nicht so eine Frage.
Wenn wir jetzt sehen, wie sich noch die Rolle oder die Wichtigkeit von Netzkunst mit der Corona-Situation endet, jetzt, wenn sozusagen alle ein bisschen gezwungen sind, in diesen Online-Raum zu gehen, ob das jetzt nochmal so ein Schwenk vielleicht in diesem ganzen Diskurs...
Ja, ich denke persönlich, das beschleunigt das vielleicht bloß, aber das wird so oder so, wird dieser Netzraum noch präsenter werden, da die Geräte, wie wir ja auch gehört haben, immer dichter kommen und diese Layer sozusagen können wir gar nicht mehr wegreißen, glaube ich, von unserer Wirklichkeit. Also, ja, vielleicht hast du recht, wir sind jetzt schon eine Stunde am Reden, vielleicht öffnen wir jetzt einfach ab zu dem Chat. Nee, bei 10 Leuten, alles Freunde, gibt es gar keine Frage. Ja, genau. Dann würde ich sagen, war das eigentlich doch ganz gut, oder?
Ja, also wir haben jetzt ein bisschen, glaube ich, unser interner Prozess einfach nochmal wieder gezeigt, und was wir mit diesem Projekt überhaupt wollten, in welche Richtung das alles eigentlich führt und wie wichtig das für uns auch war, dieses Projekt. Und wie wir genau diese Themen jetzt nochmal, also mich hat das auch in vieler Hinsicht irgendwie inspiriert, nochmal das Netzkunst nochmal ein bisschen anders zu denken. Und der letzte Vortrag wird dann nochmal ganz spannend in Bezug eben darauf, wie Netzkunst in Online-Ausstellungen gesammelt wird oder wie beziehungsweise selbst die Online-Ausstellungen gesammelt werden. So ein Werkzeug, wie man sich Kunst online anschauen kann. Also das ist nochmal so ein ganz großes Thema für sich selbst, einfach wie Netzkunst zugänglich wird, wie wird sie wie wird die wahrgenommen, wie wird die rezipiert. Also wir haben jetzt eigentlich so 2 Modi jetzt ausgewählt. Ne? Wir haben die physische Ausstellung und wir haben auch eine Online-Ausstellung und Ich glaube, in dem letzten Vortrag wird das nochmal mehr zum Thema sozusagen, wie sich Sachen im Internet sammeln und rekonstruieren und dokumentieren lassen. Und ich glaube, damit haben wir auch schon die Brücke zu dem nächsten Vortrag geschafft. Der geht dann in einer Stunde los um 18 Uhr. Und Sakrowski wird das moderieren.
Ja, dann sehen wir uns. Okay, bis dann. Tschüss.
Ciao.
Hello and welcome to the last day and last session of our symposium, Calculating Control. And the title of this session will be The Broken Timeline. And we have three participants, Annet, Dekker, Marialaura, Ghidini, and Gaia, Tedone. And my name is Sakrowski, and I'm really happy that we finish with this session, and because it is somehow also a part of our activities from the Center of Net Art, thinking about exhibitions and how to exhibit net art, and so we are happy to have you here. And yeah, I was a little bit lazy, and we said, okay, they will introduce themselves, and then afterwards we have a presentation, and after the presentation we have a talk. Yeah, okay. Then we start with you. Marialaura, maybe.
Well, I'll start. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Sakrowski, thank you for the invitation. I'm Marialaura. I'm a curator and a researcher. I've been researching, curating my big exhibition for a while, and quite a few years back, I used to run an online gallery called Orbits.com, and I organized other projects online, including one called Exchange, and I guess that's the reason why I'm here, and I'll pass it on to my other colleague collaborators.
Hello, my name is Gaia Tedone. I'm a curator and researcher based in Milan. I've been collaborating with Marialaura for a long time, experimenting with the format on online exhibition, also in the context of her platform Orbits. And I also work with Annet Dekker in the framework of my PhD at the Center for the Study of the Network Image in London, where I also investigated the sort of changes in the curatorial function over the last decade and so. And so together we've been involved in this project, The Broken Timeline, that Annet will share a bit more about. So I'll pass it over to her.
Great, thank you. And also thank you, Sakrowski, and everyone indeed of the organizers for inviting us here. Yeah, my name is Annet Dekker. I'm also a curator researcher and based in Amsterdam. I interviewed actually Marialaura and Gaia both, I can't even remember when it was, but quite a few years ago, for this book I was doing at the time, curating digital art. The book is actually still ongoing. It turned out to be a 10-year event, of which we'll talk about more in the end. That's it.
So we are gonna start with a presentation, and it will be in this following order. We have a double bill, me and Gaia. So I'll start first, and there will be Gaia, and then it will be followed by Annet. And now I'm sharing my screen.
So, die shared jetzt ihren Screen, ja.
I hope it's visible. Yes. Okay, so this presentation is titled 2020 Digital Odyssey, and I will be discussing part one, and then there will be part two with Gaia Tedone. So the title of my presentation is The Inglorious Precedents, and in this presentation I will look at the evolution of curatorial approaches to commissioning, displaying, and distributing art in relationship to the developments of web technology. And the reason why I'm doing it is that I want to propose to look at the present, whatever has been happening over the past 2 years in relation to its past. So I will provide the historical framework for the mass migration of artistic programs of art institutions and gallery online during the COVID-19 pandemic. And then I will be followed by Gaia, which will explore in detail the role of the institution in the contemporary online environment. So as curator Christian Paul said in an essay that was published over 10 years ago, curatorial work online is affected by the workings of the network environment and therefore involves new forms of mediation. So she talked about the web as the internet is a contextual network where a different context is always one click away and everyone is engaged in a continuous process of creating context and recontextualizing. So although the contemporary internet is radically different than what Paul has been describing, this remark is important because it shifts the attention from the idea of working with the material object to an analysis of the technological context in which curating takes place. And here, so from the introduction of the first web-based browser in 1993, to blogging in the early 2000s, to the infinite scroll and cloud computing in the mid-2000s, and then to the smartphone in 2007, and the present multitude of apps usable across multiple devices, curators have responded to the way the tech industry has developed services and users experience them by appropriating such services in new ways for their exhibition projects. So, however, the history of curating web-based exhibition is quite fragmented, and the lack of a cohesive mapping has limited the discourse thus far. Archiving, in fact, has predominantly focused on net art and web-based art, if not for a few databases and the writings of a handful of curators. And in this slide, you see some of this example. This has created a vacuum so that online curating has been discussed more in relation to the popularization of the profession and the idea of entrepreneurship than in relation to its contribution to the system of the contemporary art world. And this is why myself and curator, Gaia and Annet were here with me, embark on a mapping project of web-based exhibition. The idea is that we wanted to create a resource to understand the richness of this field of work, and Annet will tell us more about it later on in the presentation. And here I'm with a kind of very brief overview of such richness. So the mid-90s saw the growth of artistic and curatorial experiments with the web medium. The web was not, as you all know, the web was not yet a sleek, user-friendly, and visually dominated environment, but one made of hyperlinks and command lines. With the introduction of the web browser, surfing the net, which is a term that became popular actually in 1992, started to be an activity not only for technologies, and the web became a new medium for making and displaying art while experimenting with its properties. At this time, the institutionalized art world understood the web very hierarchically and only rarely saw the web-based exhibition as a space for displaying art in its own right. So few were the institutional initiatives, and mostly in the US, such as the Gaia Foundation, Web Projects, and Gallery 9 at the Walker Center. So at that time, it was mostly artists who generated media awareness of their projects and created spaces for showcasing and archiving their art, especially net art artists. The example that you see by artist Olya Yalina, it's also very interesting because you propose a critique of the commercial art world by offering on-demand net artworks over the internet. Despite a few curatorial initiatives, an innovative curatorial model was that at that time was that of AdaWeb, which was also called the Digital Foundry. It was an exhibition space that displayed site-specific commission, but it was also a multifunctional platform that included activities like an online forum and an e-store. The website explored the network and the aesthetically possibilities of the web interface. The navigation was labyrinthine and it was made of multiple hyperlinks and menu bar. Commissions were mostly by non-web savvy artists who collaborated with other web programmer. And apart from kind of like facilitating this multidisciplinary collaboration. Other web explored the relationship between the web space and the offline space. It had a section called Influx that was the home of artist projects that existed both online and offline. And an example of this project is on translation by Anthony Montadas, which explore the idea of the mediating interface created by language in the relationship between art and the viewer, as well as the institution and the audience. And it also happened in the context of public events like international summits. But with the platformization of the web of the first decade of the 2000s, we see a major shift in the production, display, and engagement with art in the online environment. Ready-to-use interfaces and services facilitated new and easier modes of communicating and publishing, and curators started to create platforms that were not only dedicated to displaying web-specific art, but they were used to devise new modes of producing, distributing, and engaging with it. And often they were also nurturing a critique of the very same technology they adopted. One example is curating YouTube. So the possibility to access freely vast databases of user-produced cultural content triggered new projects such as this one. And curating YouTube explore what this meant in the context of artistic production and play with the way user interaction was actually scripted by design. It also offered a free tool for curation that allowed to create video assemblage of material sourced on YouTube, also raising questions about the role of the curator in the age of algorithmic services. Other examples are the surf clubs, whose focus was on the technological mechanism behind collectively generated cultural material. So their approach to curating in this case was very informal, discursive, and collective, and nurtured a community of interest that used the format of the post and the repost to generate art and art-related discourses. And in this case as well, there was a blurring of the roles of the artist, curator, and archivist. Another example is Gallery Online, which used Facebook to generate exhibitions as live performances, and where the art was meant to disrupt the user's browsing routine on their desktop, because this desktop started to become the space where private and public work and leisure, consumption and production increasingly merged. So these years also saw a decrease in the number of institutional initiatives. So for example, Gallery 9 at the Walker Center closed in 2003, and only few institutions use the web space for curatorial experimentation. And one example is the Korea Web Art Festival, which was curated by the artist duo Yang Hee-chang, Heavy Industry, and it was supported by the Ministry of Culture. Or we see other examples like Beam Me Up, that was organized by Reinhard Storz as part of the activities of X-Cult. And it was like an exhibition where the exhibition actually functioned as a platform to explore multi-layer narrative that were proposed by various curators. I also wanted to show you how the website looks today since the demise of Adobe Flash Player, which I think is something important to take into consideration in relation to the broken timeline. That said, we are moving to today's web, but the today's web pre-pandemic. So from the 2010s onwards, the platform economy has begun to replace the web browser with mobile interfaces generating a more compartmental web made of closed yet interconnected services. With this, the distinction between online and offline spheres has been forced to disappear under the banner of seamless connectivity. And it's been the commercial art world very often that took advantage of these generating projects like Sedition that kind of reinstated old age system of gatekeeping by actually distributing the number limited edition, or more recently they actually expanded their program by also promoting private views that are accessible 24/7. Despite these, independent curators have continued to develop alternatives, and one example is art micro-patronage, which incorporated a viewing strategy that allowed for a system of micro-patrons of digital art. Or another project is Exchange, which used the commercial service of eBay as a site of artistic production to explore the type of exchanges that can occur in an online marketplace. Exchange, by presenting 7-day auctions for several months, gave life to a collective strategies of production, exchange, and communication online through the intervention of artists, viewers, collectors, researchers, as well as guest curators that were invited to devise their own exhibition within the framework of the project. So the trajectory that we have seen so far shows how curators, often independently, have developed context-sensitive practices that have proposed manifold approaches to operating in the online environment. So this is like from working with the flexibility and connectedness of the web, to creating communities of interest, to generating new archival formats, and to supporting critical thinking about the mediating role of the interface in our day-to-day lives. However, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the rush of being online by many organizations has been accompanied by a less degree of critical observation of the network environment in which curating takes place. And here is where my colleague Gaia Tedone will take over.
Thank you, Marialaura, for this very interesting historical overview. So we'll take over from here and talk about recent development of online curating during the pandemic and some institutional responses. So in this section of the talk, I want to propose that the pandemic has created a forced migration online for the mainstream contemporary art world. So being online in 2020 became a necessity also for those institutions that were not used to operate on the web before, which were all of a sudden faced with the following choice: either being online or doing nothing. In this sense, then the pandemic has scaled up the so-called digital divide described by art critic Claire Bishop in 2012 in her famous Art Forum article. There, she suggested that overlaps between the fields of contemporary art and new media art are rare, and she presented the latter as a niche and specialized subfield of the former, with its own discourse, star system, and network of distribution. Her point was widely criticized at the time by new media advocates, who refuted the subordinate distinction of new media art to mainstream contemporary art, and reacted against the proposition that code is alien to human perception. However, the fierce tone of the debate testified to the fact that these two fields so indeed rely upon different systems of reference and cultural paradigm. Few years later, Bishop revisited the article and included some reflections on the debate it triggered in the book Mass Effect, edited by Lauren Cornell and Ed Alter. She chose a provoking title for the republishing of the article: Sweeping, Dumb, and Aggressively Ignorant, Revisiting Digital Divide. I want to argue that the year 2020 made more explicit this so-called curatorial digital divide between the modes of curating of contemporary art and digital art, resulting in various kinds of reactions and curatorial strategies. So in the mainstream media, we've seen many discussions about a new era or golden age of digital media, even though, as we just learned also through Marialaura's presentation, this is far from being a new history. And I would add, the newness is only a matter of perspective, of fields, of institutions of reference, of intellectual discourses. So to reiterate a simple point, what happened in 2020 is that the contemporary art world and its market got interested in the digital. So this statement from the article of The Guardian encapsulates this tendency. And one needs to consider the reach of The Guardian to fully capture the relevance of these words. So let me read them. The pandemic, incredibly, is ushering in a golden age of virtual media, making good on the initial promise of digital, while offering new life and unprecedented access to some of the world's cultural touchstones, some previously financially or physically inaccessible. While the world has never felt more physically isolated, digital media have offered a bridge, as well as an exciting range of experiences. So the article puts the emphasis on a number of examples drawn from the contemporary world. So for instance, the development of online viewing rooms in art fairs, such as Art Basel, or of podcast series, such as the one developed by the commercial gallery David Zwinner in New York. Similarly, here in Italy, contemporary museums, such as the Triennial in Milan, boosted their presence in social media. They built new formats, such as podcasts, and created online displays of their exhibition in viewing room, relying upon services such as the Google Art Institute, as if these were transparent interfaces. On social media, on the other hand, new digital native institutions were also created overnight. These were often a blend of user-generated content, like in the case of the COVID Art Museum, which was open for contribution of artworks under a specific hashtag. In other enterprises, such as the Virtual Museum of COVID-19 Photography, there was a layer of curatorial filter introduced. This Tumblr page put together by Marco De Mutis, the digital curator of Photo Museum Winterthur, is a very interesting visual archive and resource of many of the initiatives that we're putting together over the last year. This digital awakening raised a buzz in social media, especially in those Twitter accounts or Instagram pages that were already producing commentaries and memes about the contemporary world, its elitism and erratic behavior. So around that time, indeed, the attitude of some institutions began to appear at its best a little bit ridiculous, and at its worst, highly problematic, if not dangerous, since artists were asked to produce content for free to keep the pages of the cultural institutions live. So here's an example of an Instagram post by curator Zoe De Luca here in Italy, who denounced this misbehavior from the institution and the struggling condition of artists during the lockdown. So confronted with this buzz or noise, some of those galleries and institutions, such as New Scenario, which were already working with online exhibitions, decided sensibly to go quiet for a while. Others issued thought-provoking statements to suggest that at times, to do nothing is better than to do something without thinking. This is a screenshot from Green Cube Gallery, whose curatorial team decided to remain closed during the pandemic, stating that URL is not enough and that there was no need for another crop online exhibition. So what the experience of this year taught us is that online curating is not broadcasting, nor is live streaming. And importantly, that online viewing rooms are not enough. So to react against this surge of online viewing rooms, a couple of institutional projects have explored the distributed, collaborative, network, and performative dimension of online curating. And here I just would like to mention two curatorial projects in particular. The first is Screen Walks, a format put together by the digital curators of the Photographers Gallery in London and Photo Museums in Winterthur, John Uriarte and Marco De Mutis. The format, which is still going on, was created in response to the pandemic. It is based upon the use of the screen sharing function as a mode of entry into an artistic and creative practice. So many practitioners, such as artists, curators, researchers, were asked to respond to this invitation, and each of them used the possibilities and limitations of the format in a creative way, producing contributions that open up the black box of their personal computers and blended the boundaries between network performance, online talks, and workshops. The second project is We Link 10 Easy Pieces that was curated by Zhang Da at the Canons Art Center in Shanghai. The project aimed to reaffirm the importance of net art practice and to create a community of solidarity and a network of empowerment among the participants that were involved through the simple, basically working with the simple device of the link, which was approached as a conceptual, operational, and curatorial device. 12 institutions were involved in co-hosting the project and in making it possible, among which V2 in Rotterdam, Rhizome, and the New Museum in New York. So the exhibition was very well received at both ends of Bishop's so-called digital divide. And the platform We Link continues to remain active today with a new exhibition entitled Sideways, which will integrate both online and in real life dimensions. So in light of this development, it seems relevant and urgent to make a case for network co-curation. This is a theoretical concept and operational strategy for forging a critically reflexive mode of online curation, which emerged from my PhD research and in my collaborative writing with Annet. With this term, we want to reconsider online curation not merely as a counter-strategy to conventional modes of curating, but as a way to reconsider the influence different systems, both human and machinic, exert on curatorial practices, while introducing alternative ways of thinking about how online curation could operate under these social technical conditions. So in the article, we propose network co-curation to be characterized by a shift in focus from what is produced to how it is performed under social technical conditions and relations that characterize the current state of the web. As a strategic alliance between a curator, object, users, and machine, and as a decentralized and collaborative alternatives to the dynamics of hyper-individualism and cultural gatekeeping that are often at the core of our world systems and social media platforms. So network co-curation can be described as an evolving ecosystem, a constellation, where curating happens as the relational process between various nodes and agents, including users, network images, algorithms, artists, cultural institutions. So what happened last year can be seen really as an opportunity to relook at the values and core ideas that first accompanied operating in the online environment. Core ideas such as public domain, accessibility, connectivity, collaboration, sustainability, and creativity. And before handing it over to Annet, we would like to conclude this part of the talk with a quote by Annette Schindler in the book Men in Black Handbook of Curatorial Practice, where she states that each presentation format has politics inscribed within it. So thank you, and over to Annet now.
Great. Thank you so much, both of you, for this really good intro. It's much more than an intro. Overview, analysis, description, examples, exploration, experimentation. What I'm going to do today is two things. I will briefly go over some things that I think are quite interesting in a way as a sort of wrap-up, sort of conclusion, summary of what Gaia and Marialaura have been talking about. And then the second part, I will indeed focus more on the work that we've been doing in the last, just about last year almost. Yeah, more or less. So as been iterated indeed by Gaia and Marialaura, the year 2020 marked a significant turn in online curating. But many of the examples showed foremostly how the physical gallery space is distinct from the online space. Someone during one of the many online events, even on online curating, remarked when discussing the relevance of the transition to online exhibition, it's like we moved from tap to tap instead of room to room. Indeed, comparing the current examples to some of these predecessors, it seems institutions have changed or learned little when it comes to curating online exhibitions. And perhaps this is not so surprising, as mentioned already by Marialaura and Gaia, because when trying to outline a sort of comprehensive historical trajectory of curating online, there are many challenges to overcome. The early examples, and even the more recent ones, are often removed, deleted, or simply disappeared amidst the continuing processes of the platforms that are used or the websites that are made. Similarly, there is a lack of archival projects dedicated actually to web-based exhibitions. And the expansion and commercialization of the web made these challenges even harder to deal with, as it further blurred the boundary between what is art and not art, or what is an exhibition and what is not. So despite a tradition of more than 25 years, when posing the question, who led the digital transformation of art galleries in this meme, and asking it to students or audience members, the answer is most often the communication team. While this is not necessarily the case, it's important to consider what this means when many see online curation as a communication event, as well as it's important to consider the limitation that many institutions have to deal with. For instance, and to connect to the latter argument, as said by media researcher Katrina Sluis, the online space is a contested space, as it's usually the domain of the communications and marketing team, who are under incredible pressure to convert online traffic into physical audiences. Corporate web servers are tightly controlled and administered by expensive external web developers who are rarely sympathetic to the installation of unauthorized scripts. So this becomes a boring yet important factor limiting the format and scale of offline projects. Something similar was echoed by curatorial collective Offsite Project. After interviewing 15 contemporary online galleries, they concluded how much of online curation is intrinsically connected to and influenced by social media metrics. They noticed how curatorial decisions, including their own, are heavily informed by the need to be visible through likes, comments, and shares in social media platforms. In other words, as they mentioned, personally, we feel subject to a cult of performativity, having over the past 3 years extended our programming and felt an increased pressure to publicize this and thereby promote the artists we show. We have become attuned to the reception of our social media actions, internalizing an awareness of why singular posts succeed over others, be it visual quality, time period, multiple images, or the inclusion of video. In turn, we have implemented those unconscious learnings into our design vocabulary, and in all likelihood have allowed the Instagrammability of particular styles to influence which artist we approach. So while online exhibitions are popping up out of nowhere, many of them are closely knitted around this sort of social communications infrastructure that currently exists. So in what follows, I want to unpack and explore some of the mechanisms that take or took place in online curating, while echoing Marialaura's outline of the different phases and their characteristics, and also connect to Gaia's proposition of networked co-curation. Yet rather than focusing on the setup of an exhibition or an exploration of the different spaces, I will focus on the social aspect of curating by going back in a way to the etymology of the verb curate, as in taking care of, and using the verb as an analytical tool. Next to that, I will look at the concept of care, how it's used and interpreted in different ways depending on academic or professional discipline, country, or culture. Clearly, and as mentioned by anthropologist Annemarie Moll and Anita Harden, engaging in caring does not serve an unequivocal common good. To think that it does is yet another romantic dream. Caring practices, like other practices, are rife with tension. So I want to use the concept of care as a tool to analyze the activity of caring that happens also through curation, and more specifically in online curating. Leaning on the analysis and methods of Anne-Marie Moll, Anita Herden, and Maria Puig de la Bella Casa, I see care as a processual activity that develops over time rather than being performed in a single moment. So again, as Moll and Harden point out, such an activity of caring is not taken on board by isolated individuals, but spread out over a wide range of people, tools, and infrastructures. Such caring does not oppose technology, but includes it. The technology involved doesn't offer control, but needs to be handled with care, while in its turn, it is bound to only work as long as being cared for. I'd like to expand on this by emphasizing the agency of technology, and thus also argue that technology can care. I will briefly describe and analyze 3 examples, or 2 really, to show how this concept of care can help in understanding the practices of online curating, while emphasizing the social relations within online curating. Now, the first is computer-aided curating. It's one of the earliest curatorial endeavors on the web, initiated in 1993 and developed by Eva Grubinger in collaboration with Thomas Kolmar. According to the flyer, it was a computer application where contemporary art can be created, viewed, discussed, and purchased. The main questions behind the development of computer-aided curating were related to the influence of the increased mobility and affordability of technology on art's aesthetics. It questioned in what ways those developments led to a new definition of value that favored concepts rather than objects, and whether the institutional framework was still required to address these issues. The project tried to answer these questions by exploring digital curation in the ideal platform of their time, the World Wide Web. Now, the website consisted of a minimalist interface, the navigator, which was based on a tree structure, with each branch leading to different artists. Several artists were invited, and while presenting or creating their work on the platform, they were also asked to invite up to 3 other artists to show or make work. This would contextualize their work, while it also tried to decentralize the role of the curator by turning the curatorial into a less authoritarian gesture. The idea of a networked and distributed system was also visible in the interface and its navigation. Via the branches, visitors to the site could explore the interrelations between the artist and their projects. As such, the tree-like structure reflected the social network of the web. There was also a public discussion area where visitors could comment on the work, engage in ongoing discussions, or get in touch with the artist to acquire their work in the business class. The latter functioned in a simple way and made it possible to create links between the collector's website and the artwork on the platform. This way, the project tried to create commercial revenue, as well as initiate discussion about the value of digital art and the challenges of collecting and exhibiting it. However, the latter also became the main reason for Grubinger to end the project. As she mentioned here, computer-aided curating was an artistic experiment. And considering that I neither wanted to become a kind of meta-curator, nor start a business in the mediation of web-based art, I decided to stop feeling responsible for it and began work on new projects. Group dynamics were another issue. I learned that subculture and avant-garde self-organization can produce similar tactics and power struggles as the institutional or mainstream structures that they wanted to overcome in the first place. Indeed, similar to other worlds, also the web consists of numerous collectives and communities, each with their own activities, aesthetics, in-jokes, and rules. Hence, even with a lack of historical precedents or set standards, there can be certain modes of behavior, communication, and social standards that need to be adhered to. This became also quite visible a few years later with the rise of surf clubs. The early noughties saw the increasing popularity of blogging and tagging. These methods together created a specific publishing format, post. And alongside the posting of personal stories, images, and later videos, came the possibility to insert comments, text-specific content, and repost information. Hence, a sort of circular system of content versioning developed, a format that was quickly adopted by artists, curators, and users, which obfuscated the visions and roles between them. Now, these surf clubs, as mentioned by Marialaura, and such as Nestinets depicted here, started around 26 and are often described as a response to the rise of the Web 2.0. They were organized around a group identity that shared a sort of similar aesthetic, which meant continuous postings of quirky or highly advanced and stylized images, and sometimes a few keywords or short text, but mostly real-time involvement. Instead of the usual used in the old days, the BBS, the bulletin boards or email list to communicate between them, website, or used existing social platforms such as the bookmarking site Delicious or blogging sites like WordPress or Tumblr, and to create these endless scrolls of short posts. Now, this new form, while open to anyone, basically, to explore and even to participate in, was also restrictive. The intimate public space could be intimidating, and as elsewhere, group dynamics played actually quite a significant role. Yet the sort of fast-paced conceptual exchange and appropriation and analysis of online material stimulated specific modes of curating. A good example, I think, is Constant Dullet's Delicious Contemporary Semantics, which took place online at Delicious and offline at RT in Amsterdam in 2009. The announcement of the project, which you probably can't read because it's too small. Either way, you can go to his website and read about it. It shows the sort of mode of address, I think, the development and aesthetics of curating in the digital. Someone starts a first post and others respond by commenting on the previous, etc., etc., etc. Now, as singular posts, these projects are not very interesting necessarily. Some are, but many are just not. But the process of the whole commenting and the whole versioning in that way, that makes it a really interesting processual artwork, which is both curatorial and art. Indeed, as also argued by Ramoki, surf clubs were a hybrid act involving both curatorial research and conceptual art gesture. This process was not necessarily linked to specific authorial credit, and as such, the practice was free of the burden, in a way, of the celebrity curator, or even the independent curator that had become the norm in contemporary art. Rather, I would say the commenting or versioning becomes evident through multiplicity, enumerations, and successions, and it could be identified as a social relations between the users. In other words, a sort of physical realization, or merely one object taken out of this whole process, would be a sort of derivative or a byproduct of a sort of happening, of an event. The core of these works was the social interactions that determined that process. The presentation of an object alone would neglect that sort of energy, the surprise effect, and the tensions of the moment. In this sense, curating was no longer about caring for an object, but about caring for a social network and a process. Now, since Marialaura and Gaia already explained this project, I will not further elaborate on it. What I want to emphasize is how the project of Gaia particularly shows how online curation, or as she mentioned, network co-curating, diverges from the logic of conventional practices because of its socio-technical specificity. Yeah, let me try and fix that for you. Yeah, it could be. I'll try and sit still. Okay. What I thought was really interesting in the project by Exchange was that it shifts the attention from indeed also content to processes and systems, recasting this function of the artwork within this complex socio-technical network of human and technical agents. And altogether, they sort of, together with the artists, the users, and the digital objects, they create this performance. The interactions build onto each other, and together they construct this experience. And moreover, I would add, the project showed how technology can also start to care. So to conclude and to summarize this one, online curating is about social technical relations and negotiations that are necessary to produce and maintain something. Yet its outcome is unexpected and never really fixed. And as such, online curating can be understood as a speculative practice, where knowledge unfolds between subjects, human and non-human, whose ability to know is mediated by how they reach out and by the receptivity of the other. In a way, it's like paraphrasing Puig de la Bella Casa. What this play of curating machines and machine curating invites to think is a world constantly done and undone through encounters that accentuate both the attraction of closeness as well as awareness of alterity. Moreover, marked by unexpectedness, they require a situated ethicality. So, in this sense, online curating is also about striking a delicate balance between care, dependency, and inequality, in which it is important to continuously question the place of care within and beyond the notions of power and ethics, as well as the relationships between the different dimensions of care. Now, I wanted to show that with these examples that online curating is not merely about objects or new tools and spaces, but much more about new socially organized networks. Different structures and systems, actors, human and non-human, come together around a joint goal. So seeing online curating through the lens of care emphasizes these different relations. And more importantly, it shows how online curating is not only a matter of sort of well-making well-argued individual choices, rather it's a process that grows out of the collaborative and continuing attempts to attune knowledge and creativity. Now, to get to my second part of today, I want to go back almost a decade ago in 2011 and 2012. I organized this conference, a working conference together with Baltan in Eindhoven and the Van Abbe Museum also in Eindhoven. And the conference was taking place around the question which was posed during a book launch in the same year by the Viennese curators collective Kontext in 2011. And they asked, why is it still easier to get an entire museum collection on the internet than to get a single work of internet-based art in the museum space? So together with these two partners, we decided to make this whole working conference. What does it actually mean today to indeed present and preserve digital art? Basically, as summarized here as well, as the history of art has taught us, art can only be understood in the wider context of the society that produces it. Digital art says a lot about contemporary society and how it's changing, as is evident when it's addressed in relation to established art histories. Yet many curators still find it difficult to distinguish artistic merit from technical experimentation or innovation in digital art. If the museum's job is not only to think about the past, but also to celebrate what is most vital and relevant now, then the internet cannot be ignored as a valid location and focus for artistic practice. So as part and prelude of the working conference, I approached actually several curators, designers, and artists who were curating online and offline. And I asked them all the same series of questions. This sort of questionnaire was actually quite a good research tool to gather information on the different ways of thinking about digital curation. And it was also a good way to chart the field in a way, as the answers that I received showed very much the sort of diversity in approaches of how the interviewees dealt with divisions between various art worlds. The interviews were initially posted on the website that was part of the conference as a sort of appetizer for the conference. And while some of the comments ended up in this booklet here, speculative scenarios, most of them actually disappeared quite quickly, as some of the works we also discussed actually. So after I received an email about a year or two after the project. Domenico Quaranta, one of the interviewees, asked me about his disappeared interview. So I started digging into my computer and into the folders and files and found them again. And while reading them, I thought, actually, this is actually really interesting and quite evocative material that we have here. So I thought, like, oh, I need to do something with this. But of course, time goes by, other things come in, and it took actually almost 5 years before I went back to them. And there was around also the time when I met Gaia at London South Bank University, where she did all these projects together with Marialaura on online curation. And I thought it would be really interesting to do this whole series again with current contemporary projects at that time. So I interviewed both of them next to several others as well. Again, time goes by and, you know, nothing happened. Life goes on. And then it took another 4 years almost in 2019 that I actually did another round of interviews, because at that time I was indeed, I'm not actually sure anymore why that was, but I saw another few projects that I thought were really interesting and really wanted to actually make something happen with the publication. I was also approached again by Domenico asking, it's like, well, you know, do you want to do something with the interviews or not? And how can we do this? So at that time, I thought, like, oh, we really need to do something about it. And I found a publisher in the Netherlands, Vallis, and they said, yeah, sure, we want to publish this. This sounds fantastic, and let's do this. So 2020 started. And at the time I was almost finalizing the publication. We were just finishing the final copy edits, and then the global pandemic started. And it also created this burst, indeed, of online activity. And so I felt compelled to send out the questionnaire to a final batch of people. And at the same time, with all the new online exhibitions and events popping up, I also felt this increased urgency, in a sense, to connect all what was happening to what has happened before. So when actually discussing with Gaia about the project who would help me in the last year, indeed, to come up with all the copy edits and all the material for the publication, we started discussing and telling and saying, like, yeah, it would be fantastic indeed if we could have a sort of timeline, a sort of historical reference, a body of all the things that have happened. And then Gaia told me, well, actually, Marialaura has this. Right? She has been working on this timeline and this in this Excel. And so we got together and started collaborating on this broken timeline, the idea of the broken timeline. So I have to say, if it wasn't for their support and their enthusiasm and their collaboration, I don't think this book will ever come out. Where it is still not out yet, but within a month it will be. But here you can already start seeing some of the things that we've been doing. So we really like, well, some of us really like it more than others, but certainly we are in favor of Excel. So we like to fill them up as best as we can with all kinds of stuff. So yeah, we started in 1986 and we've ended now in 2021. And yeah, this is a continuing thing, of course. So next to this sort of timeline in a way of events that we could find, we also thought it would be really interesting to make a parallel sort of technology timeline as well of things that have happened online and that were of some kind of influence to many of the online exhibitions that we could see and that we could find and trace. So again, it's a lot of Excel browsing. Of course, this will be neatly designed at some point, and then we can actually really go through it in a much easier way, hopefully with different layers, etc., etc. But the thing is also that it's a broken timeline. I mean, when doing the whole work, of course, yeah, we saw quite quickly that the broken timeline is broken. But before we get there, there were some criteria, perhaps that it would be of interest to hear why and how we chose these artworks, or not artworks actually. Well, maybe they are. these online exhibitions at least. And we wanted to prioritize projects that are web specific. So, for instance, when proposed intricate navigation or interaction modes or misuse existing platforms, we wanted to disregard exhibitions that follow the conventional logic of the vitrine, the archival repository, or straightforward display. Digitized content that would be displayed again into a sort of museum collection, online collection archive wasn't really our focus. But we wanted to focus on those things that challenged how online art could be experienced. We also excluded collaborative projects that resemble artworks, even though that boundary is really fuzzy. And I still really don't know sometimes what it is that we're looking at. And we listed organization engaged in a series of curatorial projects by the organization's name rather than as individual projects, because there's quite a few organizations such as Rhizome, for example, but also the others that are already mentioned by Marialaura and Gaia that have continuously organized exhibitions, or for a certain period at least. Now, to get to the broken, I think that's actually the most relevant and fun part in a way of this whole project, and what broken means to us. So first of all, in a way, is the 404, the not found. I mean, surprisingly, actually, quite a few things do work, more than we actually thought at first when we had this list. And when we went through, now also with the designer, to look at the links and see which ones were still working, there were actually much more than we thought there would be. But the role, the broken also relates to the role of the curator, and yeah, particularly indeed to what Gaia has been saying indeed about this this digital divide in that sense, but also that the role of curator, or in an online environment, the curating as a practice has become online much more fragmented. It's a sort of complex relation that we talked about between human behavior and machinic processes, deeply embedded into this continuously evolving socio-technical ecosystem. And there where it doesn't really become clear anymore who does what at what point in moment. And then indeed is that sort of digital divide. And finally, it's also broken in a sense that you're not in control of everything. You don't know anymore what to do at a certain moment. And of course, there's this geographical limits that we have, the knowledge and network limits, or just, I know, basically subjective bias that we all have as well when we're looking through all these, all the information that's going on. So it's broken and it needs to be, you know, filled in by everyone, hopefully as well. That's it for me. Thank you.
Ja, herzlichen Dank für diesen schönen, tollen Vortrag über, wie ich finde, auch ein super wichtiges Thema eben halt. Oh, I'm speaking German. I feel so familiar with this whole topic. No, yeah, thank you very much for this nice talk. And I think it's a really important topic. And this was really needed, this book, if it will come out. I'm looking forward to it. Now, I think also you said that 2020 there was the pandemic coming, and so the art world was shifting their focus also to the digital. And now we have this hype this year with the NFT. Everything also is much heated, much more than before. Maybe this is a reason to do a chapter more or something like this. I don't know. No. But then also the Excel, I really like because it looks already like a database, and I'm looking forward to see this and to use it then in a daily practice. I don't know how often I go to netartnet.net or so and check things, because there are not so much nice collected informations about exhibitions and artists and the relations of them. And I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, also for me, I don't know how we do this talk. So for me, also interesting was maybe I start what came in my mind. So this classical relation between care and curating is because curare, I think, and curating are together in the world history. And so for me, in the last years, also the care aspect was not so much about the digital objects or about the objects or the artworks. It was also about the artists. So yeah, we also not have to forget it that now this quite new genre of net art is an old one. It's now 30 years. Some artists are already not under us anymore. And this will change also some things, and which means it's hard then to reconstruct maybe or to deal, because we can't ask them anymore. How was it intended, or how was it programmed, and what was behind, and so. And so these kind of overview works, I think it's really important. Also, it's also caretaking. So I have to say thank you very much. Yeah, and. Yeah, I don't know. We were preparing before we were talking, and I was thinking on this list of exhibitions, which was already there. This kind of the work from Oliver Larek, and there's also the list of exhibition forms from Aram Bartol he did. And for me, the exhibition forms are also interesting. So these kind of experiments, how to exhibit these kind of things, and what this is mean. What can, is it a meaning by itself? So for which exhibition form we vote or we decide then in our praxis, and is it tracked and traced also in this table? Have you maybe a system of saying this is this kind of exhibition form, online exhibition form? Is there a dominant form? Is there a best form, a best praxis, or something like this? Would a question for me? Would be a question. I don't know.
Marialaura, do you want to answer this? Because you started the whole investigation in a way.
My internet was breaking up a little bit because I have a bad internet connection. Can you tell me the question again?
That was only, the question was, there are so many different modes of these exhibition, different forms, exhibition forms, like you did on a platform with eBay, with Exchange, where you invited other curators, but then there is also the speed show, maybe as a format, where you rent an internet cafe and have an exhibition there by putting up really fast the links only. There are so many, and then you could have, imagine a website dedicated in special, or a system like Constantula Art developed now, the Common Garden. And is there a praxis or an exhibition form which you would prioritize and say this is a really adequate one? A very, not to say the right one, or maybe it's, I don't know. Is there?
So recently, it was actually last week. I have many ways of replying this question. I think, there's like a mainstream way of this happening. In the past 2 years, which has been like just being online and organizing the rooms. Then I have many other things to say. But last week we organized, actually, Gaia was involved in this project. This webinar called Curating on the Web here in India, and it was online, and we talked with various different people, and I think what is maybe emerging right now that is quite interesting. One example, one of the speakers that we had was Green Cube Gallery that actually Gaia presented, and we had this interesting discussion about actually what it means to be online right now and what it means to have an exhibition online right now in relation to the space outside. So the idea is that, you know, there have been like many artists exploring this idea of like kind of like translating the online formal for existing offline and putting everything in conversation, which is something that I was also very interested in. But what happened during the recent conversation that we had is like actually trying to think about being online, what it means to that space once the space outside us doesn't exist anymore as we were thinking it was, and what it means to be online while all of the dynamics or the values that were actually embedded in the public space outside have actually kind of like crumbled in front of us everywhere in the world. So I think if I have to think about an interesting model or a praxis right now, it would be actually thinking about, well, one, to think about curating an exhibition online in relation to the idea of like, what does it mean to be in a public space right now? Because I mean, also the web initially was supposed to be, was this utopian public space, perceived public space. And another one is certainly related to what you were saying what Annet was saying, and you were also like emphasizing. So like this idea of care, like of the process that actually a project can create, and actually a process that might change like the assumptions or the relationship that we have with not only digital services but also like people in our work, or like the environments that we are, the cultures that we are confronting every day. So this is what I'm thinking right now. Historically, there are many other examples. I don't know if someone wants to add to what I said.
Yeah, perhaps I can just add another layer, which I think has come up during our collaborative work, especially looking at the past, has been this sense of trying to understand what were the exhibition practices in relation to the development of the web more in generally, or of tools. So what Annet mentioned before in terms of the technological timeline, I think it's an interesting lens through which to look at the evolution of curatorial practices over the decade. And so really, it's quite hard to separate those experiments from what was going on in terms of a development of this public space of the web, of the status of platform, and what Marialaura drew quite clearly in terms of these different phases. So there is a kind of context specificity to the state of the web that gets factored in curating, in online curating, and I think so that's an important lens, and that really inspired also our thinking, and solicited the idea of also developing the technological timeline in parallel to the exhibition one. I think in terms of praxis, I think somehow you can talk about practice, but you can also talk about method, and that's very much of using and analyzing, like taking kind of an holistic view on all the social, technical, economic, and cultural layers that intersect in the web.
Yeah, that brings me, what you're saying is that these exhibitions existed in their special technologic and social context in a very special time frame, each of them. And so then you could compare them also to like artworks, and you could say, yes, they have an expression also about this time and also about this context. They say something more than they are. So only like a series of events or a selection or something, and it's more than only an exhibition, I would say, from our perspective, right? And that's an important part of your work too. So not only looking on the art pieces, but also on the contexts or ecologies they build around them within these kind of exhibitions. So this is really interesting, yeah, and quite necessary also to archive or to hold them as heritage, so as an expression of time. And for this, I understand also it's important for me personally, for an example, also to not only to emulate, mostly also to show maybe in a real space the original atmosphere, because it's already so old. It's somehow like an documentation situation, or the artifact is somehow more than only the computer itself. It becomes an artifact by itself, so that people understand then maybe the historic context also. And no, I was asking before because I still think now we have all these different forms on online viewing rooms, you called it, and we have all these attempts to make online exhibitions, and but there are still some I think some well-proved practices like Delicious or so, where you have a series a selection of links, and then you have text to it, and then you combine them or something like this. It would still function. So I think maybe somehow better than some shiny 3D environments where then the artworks are included or, yeah, somehow framed or so. Yeah, I don't know. It's my feeling. So maybe I'm old, and I like this old way of making exhibitions with links only. Yeah, but yeah.
But I think it's interesting that you pose it like that. I think it's really, really hard for me. I mean, I remember we had also the discussions indeed when we were having this timeline and all the projects, and I think at the moment we're around 250 different projects.
Wow.
And yeah, I mean, it's the wealth of differences which I think it makes it super interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I've also seen really super interesting 3D exhibitions.
Totally, like Panta Modern, for an example, for me was
for example,
sure.
Or New Scenario, and how they bring actually the physical world in an online space. I think is also super interesting. Yeah. So it's hard to say like, okay, this is the best one. I don't think there is a best one. There's different genres and it changes through time. And I think that was also one of the reasons that we really wanted to do this technical timeline. And again, it's also completely broken and it has many missing things, of course. But it shows a sort of correlation where the technical is not only technical either. There's also, it relates to social practices just as much. Yeah. I mean, the use of Adobe, even, for instance, that Marialaura hinted at, or even a zip folder, you know, it has a social aspect to it as well, just as much as a cultural and aesthetic, etc. So I think that's what really makes online curation very, very interesting. Mm-hmm. And I think also the relation between online and physical exhibitions is therefore not super interesting anymore. Because I think these worlds are very, very different. And the way physical galleries function, or physical exhibitions function, I should say, perhaps better, is very different. They have their own aesthetics and their own values, etc., and their own meaning, but I think it's completely different from what happens online. Mm-hmm. And the more I see, the more I think it becomes ridiculous in a way to compare the two.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Good statement. And I don't know. I have to let sink it in because, you know, I do online exhibition and physical exhibitions. What this means?
Yeah, but I'm not saying that you can't exhibit online.
I know, I understand, but
yeah, okay, just making that clear.
But maybe we should look at the chat and maybe read something from the chat if there's a question. No, there is only Dasha Hewitt saying thank you and great talk, if I understand. No, there wasn't really a question. No, there is a question to Annet Dekker, who is a curator on the internet. Aren't we all sort of curators of the online content? PS, love the idea of curating as caring and real social relationships online. So that was a question to you.
I'm not sure if I understood correctly, but yeah, I wouldn't actually call myself an online curator.
No, who is a curator on the internet? Aren't we all sort of curators of the online content?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. And I think to an extent, yes, you are. It depends, of course, on what exhibition, what the model and the method is. But I think, well, with Exchange, for example, and I think Gaia and Marialaura can talk much more about it. I think indeed anyone, becomes a part of it. You kind of make something happen. But perhaps Gaia and Marialaura, you can talk much better about that.
Well, I can just briefly recount my participation to the project Exchange, which was initiated by Marialaura and Rebecca Modrak. And pretty much they set up this a project on eBay that was kind of taking over the platform. So they invited a bunch of artists and a bunch of guest curators and in different geographies. So they had quite an ambition of really sort of hacking the platform with some artistic and curatorial interventions. And so when I was approached to do a guest curator, I found incredibly fascinating to kind of carve a sort of curatorial role within that specific context, because there were already so many curatorial layers embedded in the project. So starting from the two curators who originated the project to artists almost acting as curators of the eBay listings, then all the other guest curators alongside me who had like curatorial concept adding on the project. So, and then of course it became very clear to me that the platform was ultimately the curator of the project with just the listing categories and the dynamics of the community of user and stuff. So just jumping in that project made me really aware of all these different curatorial layers. And so I decided to construct my intervention precisely based on that, because as I digged into the platform, I became interested in the algorithm of eBay. And I was lucky enough that it had an interesting name, which was Cassini, like the space probe from the NASA. And all of a sudden, it just opened up another layer again. And also the space probe was named after an intelligent inventor of the 17th century, Giovanni Domenico Cassini. So all of a sudden, this algorithm was also kind of evoking of a human precedent. So I think just operating within eBay allowed to sort of tease out all these relationships that we talked about, more theoretically before, but it was really embedded in practice on looking at a very specific social technical construct as a platform and trying to understand who's actually curating here, because there are so many agents already curating it. So, and that doesn't even touch the whole topic of curating social media by users, which is also another relevant area, which I think the question was also a little bit touching upon. But I guess curating means many different things to many different people and many different agents at the moment. So I guess it's not so much about claiming, curating as a kind of word, but more like, I think we're going back to this idea of ethics or and praxis and methods, like how do you navigate this intricacy? And maybe that's curating, in a sense. So rather than putting up some artworks, and so it's more about teasing out these tensions between the machinic and the humans, and how all these layers are very much intertwined.
Yeah, thank you for this. And also, Marialaura.
For us, I think maybe I guess in relation to this question that we just received, for us what was interesting, one of the starting points also of that project is the fact that eBay was already this very largely curated platform. So where everything already existed under very specific categories. I think there was something that we were also, of course we were interested in creating these exchanges, but these exchanges within the platform that has categories, and each category assign a framework for reading certain kind of content inside it. So our idea was also, or at least when we were speaking with the artists, there were many, many artists involved in these projects. I think almost 100 artists and curators, other people that submitted work. So every day there was something happening, and the project was, I think also as Gaia said, the project was kind of growing in many different directions. And I think it was also the beauty of it, many multiple narratives, and some narratives and relationship between people, algorithms, and people and objects, collectors and artists, were just opening everything. It was like a box with many boxes for moving around. But what was interesting for us was also how do we break this way of kind of this idea of categorizing. Anything that we use right now in terms of, I'm obsessed with apps right now. Apps work in the same way, the marketplace works with categories, and anything that happens there is supposed to have, to achieve certain kind of goals, or a certain kind of expectation, is expecting certain kind of behaviors or needs from our part. So I think, kind of eBay was this idea of how do you actually curate something that is already highly curated, and is highly curated by a platform, which is a corporation that wants to make profit. Services. And also the people who are at the same time in the platform, because each seller is a curator. It's even the predecessor of kind of social media. Each person selling on eBay is already a curator, and is a curator of their own content, of what they want to sell. It's the text that they use, it's the price, it's the category that they choose where to put their own goods. So for us, it was really interesting to try to understand this language, and how we can. We would have never been able to do it on our own. So our interest was how can we set up a process where then everyone becomes part of this process, and we just see what happens in the meanwhile. And we kept on documenting everything, conversation. We had very interesting encounters, a random person wanted to buy plates that ended up buying the plates made by an artist, about algorithms, and they started to talk about algorithms. So it was a story unfolding, similar to the constellation that kind of Gaia had in her presentation.
Social technical relations, yes. There's another question to you, Marialaura. Would any of the represented modes of an online exhibition be also translatable to other contexts? What alternative modes of filtering do they propose?
Is this related to having a project online that shifts to a different context that might be?
I don't know. I
online?
Only read it aloud. You have. Should
I can't see.
Would any of the represented modes of online exhibition be also translatable to other contexts? What?
Yeah. I think so, but it will require, to me, to me, my interest in online curating web-based exhibition is because I do think it offers, especially like what we've seen also in the presentation of Annet, I think it does offer the thinking about, it proposes a different way of thinking about the context in which we operate. See, if you work in a gallery, there is a given related to the relationship that you might have with an artist or the relationship you might have with the space. So you might either comply to it or break it. Working online offers much more flexibility on how you kind of like work with this idea of orchestrating different people, but not as a curator you orchestrate. It allows different ways of approaching context and relationship, I think, because there is less given and less assumptions. But I don't have a specific, personally, I would have to really think about it. I don't have a specific example right now to give of what will be successful.
Okay.
But I don't know if Gaia and Annet...
there's another question. Maybe we continue with this. To Gaia, the research on exhibitions and curatorial practices in general is quite young. Maybe the diverse online practices will challenge the in real life exhibitions. Yeah, I think maybe it's also only a comment. Yeah, this is what I got here.
I think there is, I see this comment quite following from what Marialaura was just saying, in the sense, how do we take the method of what we can learn through the process of online curating in other domain. And I think what is striking to me in the process, as opposed to the gallery space where there is a kind of confined spatial element to it. I think similarly when you curate on the web or when you curate out, maybe in the public space, physical public space, you just have to embrace a bit of messiness in terms of, how does what you propose sit next to whatever it's around. And I think that's very clear on the web where, every other meaning of a word is just a click away, or maybe where your artwork sits next to a meme, a GIF. And so I think it's also, the reflection there, how tight you want to hold to the category of art as well when you embark in this kind of project. And I think a great aspect of, experimenting online, which I think does translate also in some projects in the physical realm, is the moment where, art merges with other practice and you no longer recognize what is it that you're looking. And I think those are moments that can open really interesting encounters in a sense. So I think, I see this parallel as well, like in terms of, similarly to putting up, an intervention in a public space in that respect, you can have various response to it according to how people interpret it or approach it or recognize it. So this is something, I just wanted to add.
Annet was adding something. I couldn't see it really. Or please.
I have my YouTube thingy open as well, and someone, Vivek, posted this question as well. I think it's really interesting. Do you consider the web public space, or would you say online projects fall into public domain? should it become a norm? I think the web is a public space, but it's also a very restricted space in many ways.
More and more too, by all the platformization and commercialization. So but
there's many walled gardens, but there's still a lot of play in the gardens, I think.
Yeah.
And that's where it becomes really exciting as well.
But on the other hand, I ask myself, so if the devices are changing, so if the most people are using now mobile devices to enter these kind of gardens, yes, then wasn't all these kind of exhibitions really based also on these old kind of techniques, on surveys, on the old understanding of a net, which wasn't made for the mobile device? I have the impression that that we face now a shift to something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to put a number on it, but to a shift to something new, which is then really completely separated from all these experience we had and what we were thinking about, like in these old. I call it now old, but in these exhibitions, online exhibitions forms we had till now. Because now, for an example, so my mobile device is not capable of really showing a grid of YouTube videos at the same time. So it's a technical restriction. So, and I can imagine there will follow much more restrictions by the nature of these kind of devices. They become closer to us, become more minimal. So. And more intimate, and they will develop a new language, I would say. So, and then maybe your collection of online exhibitions is really becoming an archive of a closed period or something like this. Have you also the feeling, or I don't know, can you understand this?
I don't understand, but I mean, personally, it's something that I'm very interested in. I mean, I don't know, sometimes I even wonder, you know, if I mean, the web feels really dead because there are very few people that are actually accessing any sort of service of platform from their computers, and everyone, I mean, the first entry point for any like younger generation in many other parts of the world outside Europe is actually the phone, is the mobile device. So many of the things that we've been talking about don't actually apply anymore, not in the same way. And not in the same way. And I think there's lots of rethinking and lots of questions.
This is this kind of Instagrammability, what was mentioned in one of the lectures, that this kind of reception needs this, because I think the device is needing this. So I think the device is provoking this kind of behavior, so that the people are then adapt this kind of ways of presentation. I mean, there before was this Tumblr, and then everyone was thinking about this, posting fast and often and so on, and now we have this Instagrammability, so that it should look and so on. But this is, for me, it's driven often by devices or technology developments in technology, and so on. I have the impression that we are at the moment at a really strong shift, where all these old exhibition forms cannot see anymore, or expire also. I tried I was looking into AR in the last year more, because it also became a format, as a file format in the internet, so that you can see it with a browser on a mobile. And so then there was a moment where it shifted back from the web into the city or into your private space. So, and only by using a browser. So this was for me a little bit of hope for a new form of net art, you could say, or so something, but it's completely different. It's also a completely different perception or a different way to experience this. It's a browser still, but yeah, it's something else. I don't know. Do you have some experiences with this, or how you see this development or evolvement?
I mean, yeah, that is to me why it's so interesting, and why you see this blurring also between whether an exhibition is purely an exhibition as we think of it in a sort of physical space where you go to and you see the artworks displayed, etc., or whether the exhibition is also part artwork, not as an artwork as such, but it's really commenting in the same way as the artworks do on the environment that it uses. And I think that's where online curation, whether it's, you know, on the web, in the browser, or on the phone, or in something completely different that we not even know, that's for me what makes it really exciting. And so it will indeed develop, and new forms and methods will take place.
Yeah, cool.
But it's not indeed confined in that sense. It's much more open to experimentation. I think that's where online curation becomes exciting, when it is about the experiment within the medium that it takes place. And even in physical space, you know, that can also be completely fine.
Yeah.
Not wanting to.
No, sure. I understand.
Dismiss the whole physical space. But.
Yeah, cool. I think that was, I would say that was a nice, optimistic last word. So I don't know, would you like to add something, or could we? No. Then I would say yes. That was. Then I would say thank you for this presentation and for the lecture, and for taking part at our symposium. In the context of our project, Calculating Control. And that was the last day, the last event. And so, yeah, now I say ciao to everyone, and maybe go to our website, go to the online exhibition, and yeah, watch our exhibition. Okay.
Thank you, Sakrowski, and all of the organizers for the invite and the audience to be here with us.
Yeah,
thank you,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, really.
Okay.
It's been a pleasure.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.